special, unique characteristics, things that we don't have. I would like him to show us. He's going to lead us the opening prayer in a language of the Eastern world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okech. Let's get ready for the prayer. Kohai da Shangdan, women Feishang Ganshe, Sheshani, the Bangju da Shangho, women Shenzai, Sihuansho, Sheshani Shangdan, women Kaishi, Jiao Nida, da Hai da Miz, Soyi, Rang women Kaishi, Henha, Sheshe.
We would like to say amen, but we don't know what we say amen to. So kindly.
The message is a prayer to the Almighty to guide us through this whole session. We pray that He gives us the wisdom and understanding, and He guides our moderators in Chinese language. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Teva. I only learned Shanghai. He's a teacher of Chinese. In our school, he's from the school where I am. I'm happy to see my head teacher once again here. So he introduced that in our curriculum. He's the one grooming it there with the support of the head of school. So having had that beautiful prayer in Chinese, giving us a glimpse of China, where most of us have not yet reached, we are going to do the following. We are going to start with the panel of teachers, whom we are calling Education Transformation Educators or Coordinators. We have a cohort of 10 schools, secondary schools, and therefore the teachers who are here in the room are the ones nurturing the peace builders and the 21st century children. In the context of the new curriculum and also in the context of what we are doing as Global Peace Foundation. So some of them are here, others are having duties of UNEP invigilation and were not able to come. So what we are going to do, I will invite them here. Mr. Picho is going to pitch a PowerPoint which will be representative of what they were doing in the 10 schools. But the present Education Transformation Coordinators will also come in front, and each one will be given a minute or two to do that. Thereafter, that panel, because we are showcasing everything we are talking about here, which Global Peace has been championing, is what these people are going to showcase in about 10 to 15 minutes. So that will give us an idea or a glimpse of what Dr. Tony is presenting here, but what Global Peace has been implementing for close to 10 years or slightly more than 10 years in that model, the model of education transformation. Thereafter, we will straight away go back to the key facilitator who will take us through the two key messages or aspects of the entire package that he has for us, which will mark the completion of the workshop content that is being presented. Then we shall go to the closing ceremony. Most of the invited dignitaries from Minister of Education and the Minister of Public Service around that time will be present, and therefore we shall be able to move on with the formal closure of the workshop. With us, we have also a few people who were not here yesterday, so feel free to catch up with us. You have received packages of what was presented yesterday, and we hope you'll be able to go and do the study and catch up. But we were given a challenge yesterday, which all of us liked, by Dr. Tony, that starting today, I think for the next 10 weeks, we should be able to do, what, Mr. Picho? Walk. So that could be the energizer in the room before we start, to ensure that we are tip-top. So I request we stand up and in a minute, start with that. We may not have done the 1 hour last night, but he demonstrated something that makes us energetic and dynamic. So 1 or 2 minutes on our feet, ladies and gentlemen. What we are doing is the Dr. Divine Challenge, walking in that manner.
Yeah, so this is really good, guys. Very good. Okay, you guys got this down. So the reason that we have there's 2 reasons, right? There's actually 3 reasons why the elbows are up. Okay, so number one is that it provides really good balance, right? So if you like, sometimes I'm out walking and I trip, but when my elbows are up, they fly out and I'm able to keep my balance, right? And that's number one, right? Even if you're hiking, I did some hiking this summer in Canada, right? My brother was over from Ireland, so we took him hiking. And I normally use poles, but this time I just used my hands up, and we're going over big boulders and everything. And I was slipping here and there, but having my hands up like this, it was created great balance, right? The second huge advantage here is that if you do trip and you do fall, when your hands are up like that, it actually protects your head from getting an accident. Like, people have all kinds of injuries, right, from walking because they're not doing it right, okay? And then the third thing is that for no extra time, you're getting an additional workout in your triceps, your biceps, your upper body. When you keep yourself straight, right, at the core, like with your shoulders, like you guys were doing, with your shoulders and hips locked in with a straight posture, you actually, for no extra time, you get an extra workout, right? So you're building up red muscle mass. This is really, the Creator created us to walk, right? We were nomadic hunter-gatherers. We were designed by the Creator to walk, right? Not to sit down all day long in front of a computer screen. That's just a modern diversion from what we were designed to do, right? All you're doing is being in alignment with what we were designed to do from the Creator. Does that make sense? Yeah, our ancestors did this. They chased herds every day, right? They walked the herd moves at 4 miles an hour. They walked 4 miles an hour for hours, not just for 1 hour, for hours on end. Our ancestors, right? Yes. They still do it out in the Masai Mara, right? The Masai people still do this today. That's why they have unbelievable red muscle mass. You ever see a fat Masai Mara person? They don't exist. They're like Richard here.
Thank you. I'm completely going to change my posture has been like this. I walk like this, lifting one leg at a time. Must change immediately. I have to walk in a brisk way.
So I'm getting good questions. Like, does it matter what time of the day? No. It can be any time of the day that suits your schedule, right? So, for example, with my schedule with traveling, sometimes I have to walk at 4 a.m. in the morning, right? This morning I did it at 6, right? Yesterday I did it after the program, you know what I mean? So, but I schedule it, right? I make this a priority. I don't let any other schedule interfere with that hour, right? So this challenge and what we're doing here, it's, probably for the first time in a very long time, you're prioritizing yourself to grow and develop. And it's not selfish, right? Just remember this, it's not self-centered. When you do this, it's an investment into you, but it also allows you to invest 10 times more into others, right? That's what this is going on. And it's actually bringing these 4 dimensions to the front of your mind, actually, right? Because you're reflecting on what you're grateful for, right? That's spiritual. That's the spiritual dimension. Gratitude is in the realm of the spiritual moral dimension, right? And one other thing I want to say here, just before we get going, right? You know, that spiritual moral dimension is the realm of the conscience, our character. I would be encouraging you very strongly to bring that dimension to the forefront of your mind during these 10 weeks, right? Right now, it's out of eye line for most people. And for many people, it doesn't even, they don't even believe we have it, right? Okay? So this requires intentional effort. I'll talk more about this in the next presentation, but just to, the walk will help all this kind of stuff. And also the 10-week challenge. Remember that it starts today, right? You're going to work on one area of your spiritual moral dimension, one area of your emotional dimension, right? Improving some relationship in your family, one area of your mental cognitive area, and one area of your physical. Maybe you might want to lose some weight, right? The walk will be very good for exercise and so on. All we're doing is going back to the way we were designed to be. It's as simple as that, right? This is not like brain surgery, you know what I mean? This is just falling into alignment to the way we were created and the way we are meant, that we were designed to live. We've forgotten this. We have fallen out of alignment. And you might notice too that in this workshop, you didn't hear a single thing about curriculum, assessment, AI, digital technologies, better learning programs, correct? This is probably the first this is the first education conference ever you probably heard in your life where we didn't discuss any system or structure or curriculum. Every other one, that's all you would hear for 2 straight days, right? Is that right or not? It's like totally system-centered. We didn't even touch it. Now, does that mean that we don't know anything? We know a lot about systems. I could go for 3 days on really good systems, right? And we will. That's why we're doing 3 phases. This is just the first of 3 phases. This workshop is really an introduction. But in the new year, right, we're going to do 2 more, phase 2 and phase 3. They'll be 3 days long, ideally 4, right? So we want everyone here, right, in the new year for 3. We need time to have give and take in that. And then as we have more traction with our own personal transformation, then we are going to actually make a bridge to how this will work in schools and educational institutions. It's mapped from that pyramid, right? The character and so on and so forth, right? So isn't that quite exciting? Yeah. So Madam Regis, I want you to lead the way here with mapping. Come up with, here's something I want to all of you here, right? What I would, I'm going to give you guys some homework now. Are you guys ready for homework? Okay. Not today, but literally from tomorrow, right? So I'm going to give you an assignment, all of you, right? The ministry, everyone who's here, right? And everyone who's yet to come. They haven't shown up yet. But anyway, we'll catch up with them. We are recording this, right? Are we recording this? I don't see any cameras. Oh, we are. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Oh, yeah, we are recording it. Okay. The camera is so small this time. That's a really, microscopic camera, but it's, doing so well over here, right? Yeah. So here's the... I'm just mentioning this because I'll probably forget it, okay? So here's the exercise. I want you guys to bring together some of the smartest people in your organization. So, Madam Regis, you bring the smartest people in the Leadership Center together, right? In the ministry, the same story, right? Bring your smartest, more your transformative people, I would say. Not smartest, more your transformative people. And what I want you to do is, as an exercise, and spend some time on this, map out what the true education system should be based on that pyramid, right? On the character, relationships, physical vitality and skills, and knowledge application as an exercise. I do understand there's a new curriculum here in Uganda, but does it actually map to this pyramid? So you've got nothing to lose to do this exercise, but you might get incredible insights. I will guarantee it, right, if you actually do this exercise, right, to make it real. And then when we come back in the new year, we'd love to see what you came up with, right? So this is your homework, right? It's an exercise. If you just keep this in your head and you don't map this out, you have all the tools now, the materials, we gave them to you, right? So are you guys cool to do this exercise? Yeah, you got nothing to lose, right? Nothing to lose. Like, spend time on it. This will be revolutionary. This is a game changer, right? And I'm looking for some place in the world who can do this, to create a new model. I wonder, will it be the Philippines that will do it first? Maybe it might be Kenya. I was just in Kenya. Maybe they'll be the first to do it. Or maybe would it be Uganda? What do you think? Who's going to be first? 3 people said Uganda, but all the rest said some other country. Okay, which country is going to lead the way here? Uganda, right? You guys are going to do it. Okay. I would love to see this, right? Yeah. So, you know, this workshop is not about giving interesting presentations. Like, a lot of people came up to me yesterday and they said, that was a very interesting presentation. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to give an interesting presentation, although it was very interesting, right? I'm not here to motivate you either. A lot of people said, that was very motivational. I'm not here to motivate you either, right? And then other people said, this happened yesterday. Oh, that was very inspiring. I'm not here to inspire you either, right? Why are we here? Why are you here? We're here for one purpose and one purpose only, to elevate ownership. It's a simple, write that down. We are here not to engage in something interesting, not to be motivated, and not to be inspired, right? Although all of those things are happening, correct? It is something much more substantial. It's elevating ownership, right? It's elevating ownership twice the previous ownership, 4 times, 10 times, right? So that we can actually create a model here in Uganda. It requires an elevation of ownership, right? And the reward and the outcomes that you will experience as a result of this will provide incredible fulfillment, right? That you are doing something that is a game changer. This is a game changer, right? Especially with the large youth population that you have. Especially in this country. No country has such a large youth population. It should be an asset, not a liability. Guys, make this an asset, not a if you disengage and you plateau and go along as business as usual, this will bite you in the butt very, very soon, right? This should not happen. It should not be a liability. The way to make it an asset is we must invest. And we invest by elevating ownership, okay? It's as simple as that. I'm speaking to myself too, by the way, okay? I have to elevate ownership, right? Our whole team, Richard does, right? He's a full-time teacher. He's doing this like extra time, right? So I'm speaking to, we're all educators here in the room. That's all, we're just elevating ownership. And this challenge you're doing, this is the trigger to do it, right? I feel. Okay. So hey, sorry for blowing up a bit of time here, but
That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Hand clap for him. Okay, so let's thank you. Let's make a slight adjustment in light of what is emphasizing that we need to be on track on the upping of ownership of the model so that we can go and actually be transformed ourselves and then transform our education system where we are. So in a minute or two, I will request Mr. Picho to pass around the microphone for everyone to answer the following questions. You will answer it in one statement, 1 or 2 statements. The statement 1, you can merge the 2 and answer the way you feel like. What did you learn from yesterday's session, from Dr. Tony Devine's presentation? What impacted you, or what have you learned? And therefore, what is going to change in the way you do things? That's crucial. That's why he has taken again a moment to demystify the workshop syndrome. That we're just in a workshop like any other workshop. This is not a usual thing, but from those who were here yesterday, from what we had, yes, we walked away inspired. We can't deny that. We were inspired, challenged, emotionally, socially, in many ways. But from what he has said, can we answer that question? So everyone, you'll have a minute or two to say from your perspective what impacted you yesterday. Anyone would like to start? The microphone is there. Yes?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Okech, for this opportunity. From yesterday's presentation, Dr. Tona Divine educated us about a lot of things. However, the most important aspect was to understand that for each and everything that we do, be it as educators or in other aspects of life, everything starts with none other than you. If I decide to start on something, then I'll be a good inspiration to the rest of the people. I shouldn't wait for other people to do it. I shouldn't just talk, but it's all about me to start it up, to transform in character for the betterment of the rest. I rest my case.
Before you rest your case, I'm the moderator who should allow you to rest your case. Give us one practical example. What is going to change in the way you do things? One idea.
One example is I managed to come here in time. I think that's self-explanatory. I was here in time.
Okay, so for him, time keeping will change. He will manage himself in terms of time. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Hawanam Dida Koide. From yesterday's presentation, I loved one thing from Doctor, the physical ability, one of the foundations of character development. In our work, day-to-day work, one needs to be physical, both in the mind and the body. Without that physical ability, I don't think there is any continuity in work. So he tried to illustrate on how someone should work, how somebody should work. If somebody works while bending, that one cannot continue with work. In a minute or in a few days, a few months, somebody can break down. Just see from the way they are walking. So when he illustrated how we should walk, being straight and firm on the ground, I loved that doctor. He also talked about the mental ability. That is also very important for the academia, in that without the mental ability, somebody may collapse academically. Thank you very much.
Still leave the mic. I have not yet set her free. Thank you. Those are ideas you have picked. I would like a practical challenge that you are taking up as Madam Hawa. A practical example, day-to-day things that you are going to do differently. I know the walking, I think all of us have agreed. Have taken up the challenge.
So practically in my school as a deputy teacher, I think physical education would work for us. Not only for students, but also for the staff members. Usually in our schools, you'll find physical timetables for only students to do the physicals in the, but also as well, administrators and the staff, non-teaching, and the rest of us should be doing the physicals on a daily basis so that we can continue doing our work. Then mentally, we need to upgrade. We need to upgrade whatever we're doing. We need to be up. We need to have fresh minds as well. We need to do more training, more facilitations should take place so that we keep fresh in the mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Others, if we could just limit to just a practical thing or method we are going to change so that everybody makes a contribution at this session. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Bernard Janja. I learned many things, but I would like to say two that touched me most. The transformation, he emphasized the spiritual model, and it's the foundation of everything. He was trying to demonstrate to us that even in terms of technology, the physical and everything depends on the spiritual model. Someone has not transformed in the spiritual models. He misuses the technology and all other aspects of life. And based on that, we're given even forms to assess ourselves when we entered here. And there was a statement that we needed to be open and realistic. And my realistic part was, I think in life I've been so much of perfectionist, and I struggle getting along with others. Like I set a standard, and you find even if you train someone, really is too far away from the standard, and you struggle. But we're looking at the spiritual model, getting along with others somewhere. I saw that is the part I have to work on, to assess myself, that when I'm with many people, I don't expect everyone to do above 70%. Then the second thing is, today if you enjoy, tomorrow you suffer. He was looking at pleasure and pain. Pleasure and pain. And the demonstration was, if we go through pain today, it is for a short time, but it gives permanent joy. But when you enjoy today, after a shorter time, you'll suffer. So to me, practically, I see that I have to pay a price for my enjoyment. If I'm to transform, like he said, we should take 1 hour of walk. It is pain when you are not used to it, but I have to do it so that I may enjoy my future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the submissions. Let's move faster. Mr. Picho, the other side. So you're emphasizing the relational. You want to build on the relational aspect of your profession.
Why can't I finish?
With others. Yes, straight away.
Mine, I understood that character is superior over talent. And as a teacher, I learned that I shouldn't concentrate on only teaching of content, but I needed to put much emphasis on our moral and the character of a human being in order to bring out a morally upright individual. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, yesterday when Dr. Divine was teaching, he taught us so many things, but for me personally, I learned one thing that was about character. He said that we should concentrate much more on our personal character. Why? Because our character is who we are. Then our reputation is what people merely think we are. So to me, that was a very good lesson to me. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah. We learned a lot of things, but one thing that still sticks in my mind is the fact that we talked about technology, which is here with us, and it has actually come to stay. But I realized that in many of our schools, especially some of us that are coming from the rural schools, we don't allow these learners to come with their phones simply because we imagine they are going to misuse them. But one thing I learned is that as change agents, we need to guide these learners on how to use the phones appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Njuba Danson is my name. Well, a lesson that I took seriously yesterday from Dr. Divine's presentation it is difficult to change before you yourself change. I took it as so important. You cannot talk about transformation if you are not ready to talk about change. If I may take an example, if I was allowed to ask a question, how many of our colleagues who are here that really emphasize hands-on skills right from their homes, as we are trying to advocate for transformation of education, going to practical skills? How many of us really we emphasizing speaking good English, we emphasizing having good reading skills, fine, but there is an issue for us to handle. So, Mr. Moderator, it's difficult to change unless we change ourselves. It could be mindset, be anything, but we must be ready to change, to be change agents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that pretty much maybe represents, we can use that sample. Anybody else wants to say something? Yes, Mr. Dungo, Professor Aikoro, and yeah, because Precious wasn't here. Those two, then we go to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. I definitely learned a lot from Professor, and how I wish I had the funds to take you to my head teachers in Western Ireland. Actually, I would do the workshops you are talking about to do with us even next year. But who knows? Maybe we'll get to that. But I kept asking Professor a lot about the physical activity because I know how difficult it is to stick in line. But I took that, and I'm going to try. Yes, I'm going to try. The 1 hour looked so difficult for me. I usually do some runs, 30 minutes, and I'm back. But now the technique of walking and hands is a good one. I have a compound, so I will try to see that and reflect on issues. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I also learned a lot from Professor, but what intrigued me was that many times when we are defining education, we tend to concentrate on 3 dimensions: the head, the hands, and the heart. That is the holistic education that I have known, and that is what kept me here yesterday, because I saw that there was this dimension, the spiritual dimension, which is the realm of character, which is not emphasized in most of our day-to-day, talks with the students. Even about reading, it's a new perspective that is coming up, because we tend to merge it with the heart usually. We talk of attitudes, we talk of emotions, we talk of character, we lump all of them with the heart. But I learned that the spiritual dimension is actually, it's a unique dimension that must come out in addition to the other 3 that we already know. So for me, that was very intriguing. And I told Richard that I have a lesson in the afternoon, and this has come in timely for me, because we are on the aspect of the purpose of education in society. So I'm already beginning on your assignment actually this afternoon with my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I had an evening conversation with Professor there, and I'm really humbled that she said, I will come back, despite having a schedule of lectures and exams are near. So she has been here with us. I will talk a little more about Professor Ikoro, a special person in the room. Thank you, everybody, for that. Finally, myself, the speaker, nobody has asked me that, what's your challenge? Mr. Ficho, ask, because you are my partner. Yesterday I partnered with you. Somebody to challenge each other on the walk. So, my challenge, I picked the level of relationship. And there's something Dr. Tony hinted on. Just allow me to respond to this call from one of the directors who is scheduled to come here.
Just while Richard is away, I'd like to pick up on what you said, right, Professor, regarding the spiritual moral dimension. It is so true, right? For decades I've been hearing about the head, the heart, and the hand as well, right? Those three. And the most important dimension, the spiritual moral dimension, is out of eye line, right? And that's the one that needs to be actually intentionally brought to the front of our minds. This is the game changer. That's why it's number one, right? It is the driver. That's why it's actually mapped to character in the pyramid. You know what I mean? So that spiritual moral dimension and the character, the conscience, where that lies. If we get that rolling, right, that is, you can't believe the outcomes that that's going to bring, okay? In fact, one of the things that all of you need to be on the defensive on is this woke agenda that's coming in from the West and from Europe, right? That is absolutely toxic to humanity and to human civilization. This woke agenda is all about, it's divisive. It's trying to divide people around race, gender, family, merit, patriotism, right? It doesn't care about any of those things. Here in this workshop, we're saying the polar opposite. So these are not good ideas. This woke agenda is, this is an ideology. It's rooted in Marxism, right? And it's creeping in. They would like nothing else to have this imposed on the global south. I'm glad to see Uganda pushing back on it. But you're going to need a lot of energy not to let this creep in, right? So we're emphasizing this spirit. If we need better ideas. The only way to counter this, first of all, is we need to defend against it. And second, we need to go on the offensive with better ideas and better models, that this will not happen in the global south. That's where, that's why in Global Peace Foundation, we've put all of our assets into developing the global south, because we feel this is where the hope lies for humanity and for the world. This is your time. In the past, it was the north, the global north time, right? That time has passed. Now it's the global, because you still hold on to your values, your faith and wisdom traditions, right? Your family and extended family, merit, patriotism. Those things are getting lost in Europe and in the US, in the global north, right? With this woke, toxic agenda that's all about splitting people apart. Can you believe this? And it's rampant on US campuses. Have you been watching the news about the anti-Semitism on US campuses right now in Ivy League schools where students are paying $50,000 a year? And it's creeping. It's in our security. It's in our security services. It's also big in our corporations. This is unbelievable, right? And it's in our public schools. So my daughter, who is a doctor, a naturopathic doctor, she was telling me several years ago, I'm going to homeschool my kids. I said, you must be kidding me. You've got to send them to school, because like all parents, right? We want the kids to be in school, to be socializing with others and so on. And then she gave me an eyeful on what they're being taught in public schools in the US, right? And when I learned about this and I researched it, I backed her up like 1,000 times. I said, you're absolutely right to homeschool my grandchildren. They're like seven, I think 4 and 1, and she's homeschooling him, and she's a doctor, right? Her schedule is crazy, right? But she's doing absolutely the right thing. You know, why would we actually risk my daughter's children, my wife's and I grandchildren, to warp their minds with this woke agenda, right? I said, there's no way we're going to risk this. Please homeschool them, right? So we're supporting her to do this. Can you believe this? You should research this stuff, right? Because this is coming to you. You need defenses against it, and you also need to go on the offensive, and we need new models. We need you to create the better ideas. This is a war on ideas, just like in the 20th century. The 20th century, all of the World War I, II, and the Cold War, when you go back to the root of it, it was a war of ideas. Crazy ideas, right? Communism, Nazism, right? All this stuff. And then it was backed up, it was followed up through wars and killing, right? It was a war on ideas. Ideas won in the end, okay? So it's the same story here in the 21st century. We're back in the same old story again. It's a new war on ideas, the same old ideas, the same roots, right? This Marxist, communist, neo-Marxist ideas. That's what's behind this woke agenda. We do not want this in Uganda. We do not want this in the global south. I mean, do you guys want it? You don't, right? No, it's going to split you apart. It's going to ruin you, right? So we need better ideas. We need new models, and push against this and show and demonstrate what these solid new ideas can actually do, the ones we're talking about in this workshop. And that's what's actually going to change things, right? It will reawaken people's original minds in the global north, and they will learn from you. This is your time to influence the world. Up until now, you've been influenced by the global north, colonized by the global north. This time, you're not going to colonize the global north. You're going we're going to influence them to be better, to become, you'll be modeling this, right? Transforming them. We're not going to colonize them, we're going to transform them, right? Beginning with yourselves in this room, and then cascading this down into the schools. That's actually part of the mission of this workshop, is that when you, tomorrow, right, you have to map out a new model, but also cascade this down. You need to convene your school heads here in Buganda County, talk to more universities, expand the conversation, cascade it down. We need this expanded, right? And when we come back in the new year, we need more folks here, right, for the 3 days, have more give and take on this stuff, right? And then in the third workshop, we're going to start bridging our own transformation ourselves and mapping, building a bridge to how schools, classrooms, educational institutions can be transformed. So that's kind of like, and then showcase this at the Global Peace Convention in June of 2024. That means a delegation from Uganda, you who are already you're actually making this happen. You're creating the model, not just in ideas, but in substance. And we want a delegation from here. That means you coming to Nairobi, speaking to all of Africa, that these are our early results, right? So it's not us speaking, it's this time it'll be you speaking, because you're doing it, right? And that actually will set a fire, not a physical fire, but kind of like a spiritual fire, you could say, right? Across the Africa Union. And then we can get the Africa we want, that we really want, that we truly want, right? So the Africa Union in Agenda 2063 says the Africa we want is not defining what that is. It's just a slogan, right? It's very much economic centered and so on, but without people being transforming, and with the corruption, the elephant in the room, do you think you will get the Africa you want? You will not get it, right? So, you know, we have to do the hard work to transform ourselves and create these new models, then, and resist this woke agenda from Europe and from the West, right? Don't let this, you can take their technology and science. I mean, take that like an AI and all that stuff, like wholeheartedly take, but don't take this woke agenda ideas. This is toxic. Anything that's anti-family, anti-faith, right? Anti-wisdom tradition, anti-family or extended family. I don't think you want this, right? No, this is your precious core that you have. So anyway, sorry to, take a little bit of time here. I will subtract this from my presentation. I was told we have to wrap it up by 12:30. We will honor that. We will wrap it up at 12:30, okay, folks? All right, we'll shorten things if we have to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. I really wonder, hearing Dr. Divine speaking, if I was in another room, not seeing you, I would say this is not somebody from the US. Members, I request that we give him a name. He's speaking like an African. He's speaking to our values. He's speaking to our, the core of civilization, which is what he has mentioned. What name should we give him before he goes back? Come up with a name. You got from Uganda. Mukisa. Mukisa means blessing. Yes, allow us, Dr. Divine, in a humble way, to baptize you, a chief from Uganda, but with an appropriate name. That when you go back there, you say, this is the name they gave me. Yeah, in appreciation for what you are representing in our country, Uganda. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request the 5 teachers, please come forward quickly, and we make our presentation. Then we shall have tea. Oh, okay. Thank you for the challenge, Mr. Dungo. What has impacted me, the 4 dimensions, I picked one which is very, it just hit my heart. But he also picked something very practical. I would like to reinforce it, that as we go back, members at our various leadership positions, let's convene our immediate teams and go through the model of personal transformation, which is the spiritual, connecting the 4 dimensions, the spiritual, the mental cognitive, the emotional, and the physical vitality. I think your suggestions have centered on many of those aspects, but we need to start with ourselves, then our immediate teams, like he said. So I was impacted by spending time with my family. That's what I'm going to work on. I've been so much work-oriented, spending a lot of time on things and making things happen for so many other people in my workplace organizations for all my life. But I noticed at home, my children are now grown up. I think the youngest are about 24 years now. I noticed that they want time with me. When I'm there, I just go and continue working. Like now this workshop was there, I'm on my tab, always working, papers everywhere. But I noticed they want some time with me. They want to ask me something, but I have not made it a priority. So, ladies and gentlemen, that one impacted me. I said, and yet I'm a pastor. I'm a church minister. So you can imagine we preach, but this work on and on and on for others, but not transforming myself and my immediate family, yet they are going to, it will translate into the outcomes. How many are ready to jump into the bullet train? Bullet train, Japanese bullet train? Oh, we want to go with the other one. The express. Okay. Yes, you start slow. Well, the starting slow may mean not starting at all. That's where we have been. Okay, so the 4 or 5 teachers come forward. Come forward. Mr. Picho's slide, he will take the lead. So we are going to showcase the best practices of Global Peace Foundation education transformation model in the schools. Is the presentation ready? So the one starting, Mr. Picho. Okay. Let me quickly mention, colleagues, a brief profile. Madam Namdira Hawa is our senior here. Madam Namdira Hawa is our senior. She's the one who initiated the Global Peace work in Kasao SS somewhere along Kayunga Road. She's the deputy head teacher of that school in charge of academics, welfare, and discipline. She's the secretary board of governors, the finance committee. She's the assistant lecturer, Kampala University, Jinja campus. She's the chairperson finance committee of Mazimasa Investments in Tororo. I think that's a private venture. She's graduating end of this year with a master's degree in education management of Islamic University in Uganda. So she's one of the senior people who is nurturing, and she nurtured Mchala, Sarah here, whom they work with there. So Mchala here is the education transformation coordinator in Kasao SS, a teacher there, teacher's representative to the board of governors, head of department literature, she's a teacher of languages, member of the executive committee Kasao Savings Club, and member, so you're already implementing some of the things. Class teacher 4C, she's married to Mr. Odoi Joffrey. She loves, she's passionate about that family life. A patron, the Writers Club and Peace Club, but now not a patron, but Education Transformation Coordinator. Mr. Buayo is also another one, because they will go straight to their presentations. They won't talk about themselves. Mr. Buayo Perez, one of the coordinators in Old Kampala SS, head of English department. Wow, we're having here teachers of English and of Chinese there. Patron Peace Club, Patron Patriotism, head of hostels, Education Transformation Coordinator, and others. Myself, I picked up with Kambula when he came to my school in Old Kampala SS way back, around 10 years ago. Then 2018, I was officially transferred to Chambogo College School, where I am now, and have continued with that. So I began as also a school level coordinator, and have now coordinating the 10 schools and the education component countrywide. So this is the team, part of the team. Others have not come. Now, Mr. Picho here is from Kololo SS, one of the largest city schools. He's a teacher there, a staff representative on the board of governors, Patron Peace Club, Patron Patriotism Club, Patron Students Leaders in charge of discipline, and many other things. These are all young, dynamic people, apart from myself. Okay, now I'll also be young. Whom have I missed? Madam Joan. Madam Joan Nakaziwe. She's one of the youngest we are grooming, and now she should even take over my job because you have the energy. She is a teacher at Mackay College School, class teacher of senior 1, a warden as well in charge of girls hostel. Hey, most of our patrons are in charge of hostel, so you have a big constituency. St. Teresa, she's a coordinator of this Peace Club and Education Transformation in Makerere College. So that is part of the team. Mr. Picho, please take on from there. So they are going to talk about the best practices.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okech. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Dr. Divine, it's really a pleasure for us to be sharing this platform with you and tapping from your big wealth of knowledge. Yesterday when you were speaking to us, you kept on posing questions, asking us about who exactly is going to implement the change that we need. And everyone was answering those questions, kept on saying us, meaning the transformation begins with us. And I am here to present on behalf of my colleagues what we have been doing. I'm happy to announce that this transformation that we've been talking about, we have started on the journey. Maybe not running yet, but we've started on the baby step journeys towards this transformation that we are talking about. And I'm here to present what specifically we are doing at Kololo Senior Secondary School, which is a representative of what the rest of my colleagues are trying to do in their school. So at Kololo Senior Secondary School, the transformation that we are talking about here, we have used a vehicle of peace clubs to drive that transformation that we are talking about. We have a peace club which started in 2017 at Kololo Senior Secondary School when Global Peace came to partner with us. One of the things when we shared about the idea of Global Peace, one of the things they told us was that there was a need to establish a peace club in the school. Then I told Mr. Cage, we already have a peace club in the school, and therefore we were at a very good footing to begin this journey of transformation. And in this peace club, the very, very important driver that we are, the word that we are moving along with is that's up there, one family under God. And I will be explaining why really that's one family under God. There's a lot of split in the society now based on tribal, religious, ethnicities, social backgrounds. But at the end of the day, we realize we are all one person. If my blood was allowed to come out and another person's blood was to come out, all the blood would be red. So we realized that we could use this slogan of one family under God to cause that unity in this peace clubs. So the peace club is trying to break that division. And how we are going to do it, or how we are trying to do it, I'm going to explain it from how we compose the peace club. It begins right away from the composition of membership of the peace club. So in the composition of membership of the club, 2 students are drawn from each class. And these 2 students, one is male and the other is female. The 2 students must not be of the same religious sect. They must not be of the same tribe. Yeah? So there should be that diversity. While membership to this club is open for every other person who is willing to join the club, but there is this, what we are calling the club ambassadors, who form the core backbone of the club. That while every other member is willing to exit at whatever time they may choose to, but we have this core backbone of the members of the class that are drawn from across the classes. At Kololo Senior Secondary School, we have 11 streams of Senior 1, and 9 streams of Senior 2, 9 streams of Senior 3, 9 streams of Senior 4, 4 streams of Senior 5, 4 streams of Senior 6. So if 2 students are drawn from a stream, that is a very, very big number of the members of the class, of the club, in addition to the members who are already there. So what is our key output here? We are trying to inculcate that fact that we can work together despite our diversity. If you have a peace club ambassador, a class ambassador who is male, they need to appreciate that they can work together with the female. And the female needs to appreciate that they can work together with the male. An Alur like me needs to appreciate that I can work together with the Muganda, I can work together with. So we are trying to break that right from the composition of membership of the club. Now, what is the mandate of these club ambassadors? One, we are using these club ambassadors to spread the one family under God's message. And then they are also fostering practices that harness harmonious coexistence. Before, at Kololo Senior Secondary School, we used to have a lot of conflicts among learners, conflicts arising from various things. And understandably, because of the huge population of students who are coming from different backgrounds, these conflicts are inevitable. Sometimes we conflict even within ourselves. So if you have a population of about 5,000 plus students, conflict is inevitable. So we are trying to use this to foster practices that can harness harmonious coexistence. And how we are doing that is through resolving some small conflicts among the learners, conflicts that exist, presenting peace messages and peace-related skits at assembly. All these are efforts geared towards harnessing that harmonious coexistence among the learners. There is what is called the Reconciliation Week. So one of the mandate of these club ambassadors is to carry out reconciliation among the learners. Reconciliation. Every term, we conduct a reconciliation. We choose a month in the term, and we announce this on assembly that this month, we are going to carry out reconciliation. Now, in this reconciliation, different members of this students' community who have some conflicts among themselves approach the members of the Peace Club, the class ambassadors, to do that reconciliation. It's not forceful, but over time, the learners have embraced this as a better way of resolving conflicts among them. Then the other mandate is that these members of the club work hand in hand with the mainstream class leaders. And the mainstream class leaders, in this case, we have class monitors and class counselors, to avert any disruptive behavior in class which may affect their learning and also the teaching. And then they also work hand in hand with other student leaders to ensure peace at competitive school events, especially co-curricular. Now, co-curricular activities are very, very emotive because of the competition involved. You have a class or a class competing against another class. You may have a house competing against another house. So there is a chance of division along those lines. So the members here work hand in hand with the other mainstream class school leaders to, spread messages of peace and so that such conflicts are minimized. Now, the key output here is basically attainment of a relatively calm teaching and learning environment. Now, in the members of the club doing this, of course, we empower them. These are pictures of some of the empowerment sessions. We take them through some guidelines here and there. We have a toolkit which is used to, peace-building toolkit that we use to impart certain peace-building skills in them. So these are some of the sessions of empowerment. The very last thing that I want to talk about is the new dimension that Global Peace brought into the peace clubs. When we started, we didn't have this other aspect of LEAP hubs. LEAP stands, in this case, for leadership and entrepreneurship. Now, when we started, this club was all about, conflict resolution, harmonious coexistence. Now, in partnership with Global Peace, this dimension came in, where we said, no, we are not going to just shape our learners towards conflict resolution, but we want people who are good leaders, but also who have those entrepreneurship skills. That is where this leap came from. So under the leadership, we encourage as many of the club members to get involved in mainstream leadership of the school, because we think with the mentorship that we have given them during their stay in the club, they have skills that can help them be better leaders, school leaders within the school. Then in the entrepreneurship part, we are, as a club, in partnership with some other clubs in the school, we are coming up with different innovations which are geared towards environmental sustainability. The first picture on the other side, those are dustbins. Those are dustbins that are made from bottles, mineral water bottles. Each dustbin takes about 50 to 70, bottles. So if you made about 10 of those, and each is taking about 50 to 70 bottles, and you made 10, those are about 700 bottles that you have ridden off the environment. Otherwise, these are bottles that would find themselves in the trenches of Kampala streets and causing flooding and so on. So we are getting these bottles and making some useful material out of them. So there we have the dustbins. Then on this other side, we have space barriers. These space barriers could be used for fencing some some areas, maybe the green area within the school, walkways and so on. And again, these are made out of, they are made out of bottles. So these are innovations that we are also venturing into. Still a continuation of the lip hub. We have self-irrigating bottles, water pots, flower pots, which still are made out of bottles. This other side is showing some of the different exhibitions that we have been participating in as members of the club. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much. What I've put here is just a representation of what is some of the things that are going on in the other schools. So we have started the journey, maybe not running yet, but slowly crawling. Thank you very much.
Wow, Mr. Picho, we deserve a documentary of itself of Kololo SS. Thank you very much. As a short announcement, we are not going to stop for break. Our tea is ready, so kindly one by one you go behind, pick your tea, come back as the presentation, the panel continues and completes. When we are done with the tea and this panel, Dr. Divine will come and continue with the content that he's giving us. Somebody help Dr. Divine with bringing him the tea from up there. Thank you. So let's continue from here as members pick their tea. We are still on the panel presentation. Talk a little bit about what is different or what you're doing in your school.
Good morning, everybody. We are not any different from Kololo SS, as he has already presented. My name is Sarah Muchala from Kasao Secondary School. I'm a patron to the Peace Club in Kasao Secondary School. And we just have a few items that are slightly different from what Pincho has presented. I don't know if I can have. I'm very sorry they could not get onto the email where I sent them. Like you are aware, actually one area that I must work strongly about is the technology bit. I don't know whether because I'm coming from the village, we are still struggling with technology. We tried the email we were given first, but it could not work. Even the second it seemed to have failed. But in Kasao Secondary School, our Peace Club deals specifically in environmental conservation. We reuse plastic bottles. They make dustbins out of them. They make flowers. You could have seen one if it could come up. They make flowers out of them, and all sorts of things that can be used for decoration. We have also mentored these learners with leadership skills. They mainly do this on assemblies where they address the others. And in so doing, we develop their self-esteem, we develop their confidence. And we also have programs to do with community outreach. We have these learners go out and to areas like Kabimbili Trading Center. They clean the environment. They remove the litter from all over the place. And in so doing, they are sensitizing the community about environmental conservation. We have also trained them about having empathy. they go out to the community and meet different categories of people. In most cases, they identify the vulnerable ones, like the elderly, and they contribute some bit of small money from which they buy certain things and take to that elderly person. The other thing is that as well on assemblies, they act out skits. Which skits are educational, entertaining, and at the same time they are moral edifying. So basically that is what we do at Kasao Secondary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I know we are taking breakfast. Okay, some of us are not able to talk. Briefly, I'm going to repeat my names. I'm called, by the names are Miss Joanna Kaziwe. I'm a teacher at Makerere College School and also a patron or an education transformer. But for us at Makerere College, Peace Club is the most active and the most loved club. That it's the first, then followed by Interact. Why am I saying it's the most loved? Students love Peace Club so much, basically because of what we do. What do we do that make them love the club? One of the things that we emphasize, okay, our major emphasis, me as the patron Peace Club, I usually encourage students to create peace with one another. How? Our motto has been already defined by my other colleague, one family under God. So we encourage everybody to love one another despite our differences in religion, race, culture, size. So we emphasize peace in school. That is our major emphasis. Peace, loving one another, having the spirit of tolerance. We tell these students that in this society, there is no way you go and you find a perfect world. Rather, you get challenges, but how do you learn to stay, or how do you learn to solve with those challenges? So we also encourage the spirit of tolerance, to tolerate one another in case when arguments arise. So if I'm to go into the part of the projects.
Yeah, hi. Let's go to it.
The projects we have done quite many.
Hello, welcome to Polymorph. Polymorph is an organization whose mission is to accelerate science value.
But before I go to this one, at Marcos, first of all, we had a competition. We had a competition about write piece, about a poem. They composed a poem about peace, and we had 2 students who came out with the best poems. I don't know if you can display for me one. And unfortunately, it's too long. I may not read everything, but that is the poem about peace, and that was composed by a senior 1 student. So we can see how creative these students are becoming. So that poem was composed by a senior 1. It's about peace, emphasizing peace in a society. Then that project is just undergoing. It is called a charcoal coolant fridge. Charcoal coolant fridge. I know some of us, it might be our first time to hear about it, but at Marcos, we encourage students to be creative. How? We tell them to look for societal problems and come up with the answers, and come up with solutions. So that project is still undergoing. Unfortunately, we haven't completed it, but it's called charcoal coolant fridge. How they came up with the idea, I can't really tell, but we told them to think. Since we encourage them to be creative thinkers, we told them to think. Then one of them came up with an idea of how people in the villages, most especially the farmers, how can farmers in the village be able to keep their products fresh? Those who have no power, those who can't afford to buy the fridges. So that's what they were doing. So they came up with that idea of making a charcoal coolant fridge made out of locally available materials. We would have seen how it looks like, but unfortunately it's still undergoing the process. But we can see how the innovativeness, the creativity, and the collaborative skills. So that is what the second project is, a smart house. I think we can see that is a smart house. How the students came up with this idea, I can't really tell. Because I've already told you that we don't tell them what to do, but we allow them to think for societal problems. So one of them came up with an idea of how can someone have a smart house. So that is a sample of a smart house. When you enter, you don't have to knock. Like, you don't have to switch on the lights, but the smart house does the things on its own. So lastly, I'll talk about the welcoming machine. Can you please put for us the welcoming machine? It's in a video. The welcoming machine. So those are Makosians trying to be creative, innovative, and also trying to solve societal problems. Okay. I think so those are some of the projects. Okay. And one thing I would also like to talk about is that at Makere College School, we have taught learners to be creative, innovative, and also collaborative. How? Like this new curriculum, it is really very, very, very good. Personally, before the new curriculum, there are things that I didn't even know. For example, I think most of us who graduated, most of us who studied the old curriculum, personally, I completed the university without even knowing how, for example, how to write a report, how to do research. But these students at this tender age, a senior one student can write a proposal, a senior one student can do research.
Hello, welcome to What is an organization whose mission is to accelerate science, life,
now I'm also able to do research, which I didn't do at university. I'm also able
Hello,
to do a
welcome to
proposal.
Bollywood is an organization whose mission is to accelerate science
I'm
learning.
also learning from my students. So that is a welcoming machine. That is a welcoming machine.
Hello, welcome to Bollywood. Bollywood is an organization whose mission is to accelerate science learning.
Supported by those learners. Since we are we are in the 21st century world.
Hello, welcome to Bollywood. Bollywood is an organization whose mission is to accelerate science learning.
So that is a welcoming machine. In case when you reach somewhere or you reach a
Hello, welcome to Bollywood. Bollywood is an organization whose mission is to accelerate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Okech, for giving us this opportunity to showcase what we are doing in our schools. My name is Buayo Perez. I'm a teacher at Wodi Kampala SS. I want to say that we share a lot in common with Mr. Picho and the rest of the education transformers. Because we drink from the same source, so what we take to our students is almost the same. Odi Kampala is one of the big schools in Kampala, found the other side of the town, Lubaga, as if you are going to Lubaga, that side. So it is located near big slums, that is Kisenyi slum, and then this other side of Nakulavye. So the kind of students that we get are students that are coming from families that have many challenges. So we have a population of over 2,000 students coming from different families, coming from slums. So there's a lot of work that we are doing as Peace Club at Odi Kampala SS. These are students, these are children who are not well mannered at all. They come to school with a lot of issues that make them behave in a way that really need people to help them. I want to really appreciate Peace Club, especially the leadership of Ambassador Kabla, Milton Kabla, and Mr. Okech, for the lessons that we have learned, that we have gone through to help these learners who are in school. We developed, we are working under a vision that one family under God, and we have tried to make these children really feel that they are one family, to love each other and work together, regardless of race, regardless of affluence, regardless of tribe, regardless of gender, to work together. Like he has said, like he has presented, we pick students from different streams, ambassadors from different streams, a boy and a girl, different race, different color, different party affiliation, and all those things. And what I want to say, maybe because of time, Mr. Okech, we have as a Peace Club patron, I have a very big influence in school, because we have a network. Now these students that we pick from different streams, we have created a very serious network that whenever there is anything that is violent, whenever there is anything that is chaotic anywhere in the corner of the school, the network will team up very fast, and we shall have these people involved settled down, and we see how to resolve the conflict. So it is a very big network, and we have at least everybody has started to feel us in the school because of this. So I'm really appreciative to Mr. Okech, Ambassador Kabula, and all of you, Dr. Divine, for the good lessons that you are teaching us to be able to pass them on to these learners. We have done projects like he has said. We don't have time to present them here, but whatever is done at Kololo actually is done at Odi Kampala SS. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. I know now you're holding a cup of tea and so on, and bites. You may not be able to have a physical hand clap, but let's give them a moral applause. Thank you very much for the team. Others were not able to come here. Mr. Rukara Viane. Mr. Rukara Viane is patron coordinator for Chambogo College School. The mwalimu. Mwalimu habari gani? Sawa. Kazi inaendelea Chambogo. Okay, so he's the one to teach us Swahili. I love Swahili because I grew up in Kenya, and it was compulsory in O-level in Kenya. I think we are moving in that direction. The team from NCDC, if we are to bridge the divide, the language divide, we must have a uniting language. Salimia watu.
Hamjambo ndugu zangu. I think the word is there. When I say hamjambo, you say hatujambo. Hamjambo ndugu zangu. Jina langu ni Rukara John Viane, mwalimu wa Chambogo College School. On Peace Club, we every week we produce peace messages in school and disseminate them around the school. That is so far we are going. The strides are too short, but we shall get there slowly. The journey is still moving. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. They say karibu. Asanteni sana. Aya.
Thank you, asante sana. Yes, Mr. Dongo, ngoja kidogo.
And to everybody, you could tell that we cannot follow you in Swahili. Is there a way we can teach teachers Swahili? We are now teaching students Swahili, and I'm just wondering, because Swahili is very important for entrepreneurship anyway, for business, and for creating peace. So is there a way we can teach teachers Swahili? I also wrote here, for all the other peace people here, do we have peace clubs for teachers or an agenda for the teachers? Because the staff rooms are not peaceful either.
Thank you. Very provocative question. Mr. Rukara, you may not answer. You are one of the key people, of course, personnel who will be engaged in that. So this is the policy makers, policy implementers, heads of institutions. What can we do as per his question? True, schools are not places of safety, of harmony, which we all yearn for, which yesterday we said in our sessions. What kind of Uganda do we want? What kind of citizens do we want? We are trying to have that discussion. So members, we are the team that is responsible for forging a new Uganda. I think that's what Tony was challenging us. Are we ready to make Uganda the top, the leader in the world by being, by having all the principles, universal principles that make us live, coexist harmoniously? So to cap up what they have just presented, the emphasis is that, ladies and gentlemen, we are responsible to show in the society, in our institutions, that our identities are a hindrance, are a barrier, rather than a facilitator of economic advancement, of equitable and peaceful existence, because we all need each other. So if they are coming up with a robotic invention or solution, is it going to be bought or utilized by people of your race, of your ethnic background? So the solutions are for humanity. They are for the entire society and community, and that's the emphasis. So a Muslim should be able to work together well with a Christian, an Adventist, in coming up with innovations that will advance unity. For example, ladies and gentlemen, now Africa is running on apps. I think the young people now, you hear them talking of apps. Everything now is an app. Mobile money is an app. Even checking the weather is now an app. Everything. And soon it is coming to the classroom. students will be learning by applications. You had that. Yes, machine learning and so on and so forth, which are already, answers which are preset, and the child just selects. Even writing essays will no longer be really a challenge, because there are applications for all that. Much as it will diminish the originality, but we should find a way of ensuring that the creativity of the learner is there by them developing even more and new apps to solve our problems. So we are actually emphasizing solutions that bring humanity together, that do not recognize our differences. For example, another example, ladies and gentlemen. The gentleman talking before you, I am one of the most troubled person in terms of my physical looks. Every day I am disturbed by people stopping to ask me why I am called Okech and why I am not called Vyaruhanga. When I ask them why, they say your nose does not look like an Okech. Imagine all that nonsense in this world. Every day I must explain why I am not called a Vyaruhanga, meaning that people from a certain region have certain physical characteristics, and people from another region look differently. So these are things that we must now diminish and eradicate by what we are doing. Thank you very much for the presentations. I think we're still having our tea. Doctor, are you ready? Yeah, so doctor is ready, and now we are going to give him exclusive time to complete his content for today, and that will lead us to the closing ceremony. The other dignitaries are in the process of coming here to the venue. So I think he's fired up now to take us on from where we were yesterday. Most welcome, Dr. Tony. I hope they will give you your attention.
Okay, so Richard, we move the guys, presentation number 3. Yeah, there we go. A1. And the controller. So Richard, thank you very much for pulling this amazing panel together. And a panel, everyone who spoke, thank you very much. Was very, very fired up, inspired by what you were saying. This is what we're talking about. This is putting the transformation into action, right? And even in the opening thing about the peace clubs, I really love that. Right, where a young man and a young woman, right, from different religions or tribes. That is like great, right? So, one family under God. We're all common, right? We're all created the same way, and we can't let these artificial divisions continue to divide us, right? We're just one family. We're brothers and sisters the world over, right? And I really feel that here in Uganda, everybody here is like acknowledges this. I know you struggle sometimes, especially with the tribes, right? But I think you can get over that, right? And I love that smart house too, by the way. I know your young people are amazing here in Uganda. Maybe next time we should have the room filled with young people. And I really want to commend Richard. Very first time I met Richard many years ago, I identified him as a transformative person, right? You can tell in a few minutes. And he's been consistent with this ever since, right? So Richard is a full-time teacher, but you can't believe how much he is investing beyond the classroom to drive this agenda forward for many, many years, totally sacrificing, right? totally going above and beyond, and he's even doing it more today. So Richard, why don't you come up here, Richard? So if you want to know what a transformative leader looks like, this is him right here, Richard here, right? We need models, right? We need models. He is doing it for real, not talking about it. He actually talks very little. What he's doing, he's just barely scratching the surface because he has that kind of humility, right? And he has that level of, and every time I see him, the level of ownership keeps going up and up and up. And thank you for everything you did for this workshop, Richard. You're somebody I really admire. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so I want to thank again everybody in the room, everybody who's here. When I look at all of you, I feel a tremendous amount of hope. I think you're all ready. Everyone is here ready to up the ownership. I can see it in your eyes, in your hearts, correct? I'm reading you correct, right? So it's not just Richard. We're going to multiply Richard like so many times over as a result of this workshop. I really appreciate the Ministry of Education of Uganda for being here, right? And the Makerere University, Madam Regis, your whole team, the Leadership Center, and just all the school heads, all the leaders who are here, right? I think you're all amazing, amazing, amazing people, right? And I can't wait to see what you're going to do. It's amazing. Okay, so let me dig into our next piece of content here. This is titled The Holistic Development of Educators and Students. To kind of summarize from yesterday, we have 4 primary dimensions, right? The spiritual moral. This dimension here maybe has been out of eye line for most of us, right? Even you're testifying to this. We're maybe a little bit more familiar with these ones. The education world loves this one, right? I mean, they just focus on this one. They barely touch these. Some progressive, some not progressive, but some transformative leaders, they actually try to enhance these, but this is rarely touched upon. In this particular workshop, training, we're saying this is primary, right? We say they're all primary, but this is number 1. We need to bring this to the forefront. And it does not happen automatically. It requires intentionality. So one thing I want to talk about next is fitness. We're very familiar with physical health and fitness, correct? We know what that means, don't we? That's why 70% of the New Year's resolutions that start on January 1st are focused on physical health and fitness. I'm going to lose some weight. I'm going to become more healthy. I'm going to have more vitality and energy. And of course, after 3 weeks, it's all forgotten, right? We're back putting on more weight, becoming more unhealthy, and just heading onto a very bad course with our health, right? But we do understand what it means, right? Now, likewise, right? This requires effort. You know that. You have to go to the gym. You have to change your diet. We know it requires that kind of effort. We actually understand this. Doing it is a different story. But at least mentally, you know, everyone knows it on January 1st. I should eat healthy food. I should exercise. But then they stop doing it after 3 weeks. But at least you know that we need to be physically healthy and fit. Isn't that correct? Right? Now, it's the same story with spiritual, moral fitness, health and fitness. We need to be healthy spiritually and morally fit, right? And that requires effort. So I want to emphasize health and fitness. There's something called spiritual and moral health and fitness. That means working on this dimension every single day. We need to be just like we want to be physically healthy and fit, we also want to be spiritually and morally healthy and fit. That requires work. Just saying it is not enough. That's why, especially in this dimension, which is the dimension of conscience and character, I want all of us to bring this to the forefront of our mind during these next 10 weeks when you do the 10-week plan, right? Likewise, emotional and relational health and fitness. We need to be emotionally healthy and fit to be able to relate well with our family, with our students. You know, we're emphasizing that the primary partnership is in the education world should be between who? Who is the primary partnership? What is the primary partnership? Let's see if you remember from yesterday. Between who and who? Who knows? What is the primary partnership that educational institutions need to be making? Who is the partner that should be your closest new best friend? Who knows?
The learner.
Not the learners. Close though. Madam Regis, do you know? What is the primary partnership that every educational institution needs to have above and beyond any other kind of partnership? With who? Okay, so that's with yourself, yeah, but we're talking about an educational institution like Macarena University or any of the schools who should they be partnering with in the community? Who's the primary entity that they need to be partnering with? What?
Family. The family. Yes, the family. The family.
Okay, you can take over the presentation now. You know something. You know something, right? This man knows something. The family, right? You know, I have personal experience with this, going way back, right? You know, when I went to high school in Ireland, right? And in the first 3 years of, you know, it was 5 years of high school, right? You could say it was junior high school and senior high school, right? We had a different name for it, but I'm just giving you this so that it's something you're familiar with. When I was in junior high school, I went to a Christian Brothers school, right? And we had to study all our subjects in Gaelic, right? The native Irish language. But we didn't speak Gaelic at home. I didn't know anything about Gaelic, right? So suddenly, we're being taught in Gaelic. I didn't know what the teacher was talking about. All the textbooks are in Gaelic. And do you know what I spent 3 years doing when I come home from school after I finished my chores? I spent from 7 p.m. until midnight every night of the week with a dictionary that my mother gave me, translating history lessons, geography lessons into English. Spend hours then trying to learn it in English, then convert it back to Gaelic so I can communicate that I learned something to the teacher. It was insane, right? It was a crazy policy that the Ministry of Education imposed, trying to revive the Irish language, because we were colonized for 1,000 years, right? And Great Britain, squashed our language, our culture, and everything. I think you can identify with what I'm talking about, right? So the end result was that I failed my intermediate exam, which is the exam at the end of junior high school, right? I failed. Now, I was growing up in a farm, and I knew that without an education, I'm stuck on that farm for the rest of my life, because I've seen this in all other families, right? And the policy was, if you failed your intermediate exam, you had to repeat a year. That was the policy. And I told my mother, I said, listen, I learned that summer that there was a new revision to the policy that the government introduced, that you do not need to actually, we will not teach you in Gaelic anymore, we will teach you in English, right? The textbooks will be in English, but if you do it in Gaelic, you'll get bonus credits. Of course, I went with the option to do it in English, right? I didn't know what Gaelic was. So I knew if I was held behind for a year, right, that this would be over. I would be stuck on the farm for the rest of my life. So then I told my mom. Then my mother said, okay, what we're going to do is you and I, we're going to go in and we're going to meet with the principal of the of your school, right? His name was Brother McGinty. He was a short man, right? But boy, this principal, he was also a chemistry teacher. He was like the most caring person that you ever met in your life, right? So we came in, my mother explained to him what was going on, right? And then I said, listen, now that it's all going to be in English, I feel very confident that I can do the senior high school. I don't need to be kept behind, right? And I was very anxious about it. And then Brother McGinty, there on the spot, right, without consulting anybody, said, Tony, don't worry. I'm not going to keep you behind. I totally understand the situation. You're going on to senior high school, and that's it. And in fact, I would love you to be my student in my chemistry class. And I had no interest in my favorite subject was physics. I wanted to be an engineer. But I decided to take chemistry. And I ended up having a love for chemistry because he was the best teacher ever. He cared about me. That principal and my mother changed my life. So this is a high school and our family partnering together to bring my future forward. I wouldn't be here today. I'd be over in our farm, running a farm today, unless that interaction happened. And then it happened again. My mother and my father should have gone to college. But because they grew up in a farming community and through different circumstances, they never got to go to college. This is their greatest regret. So my parents, and we were not that rich. We were barely making it year in, year out. My parents, they determined that they will work their butts off to get us to college, something that they never had the privilege to do, right? So I passed my high school exam, right? And then I was very, very anxious because now I'm going to college, right? So I applied to college, right? It was the Waterford Institute of Technology, right? That's the county I grew up in Ireland. And I was really nervous. I told my mom, I said, God, I'm really excited to go to college. I don't know anything about college. I'm really nervous. My mom said, Tony, don't worry about this. What we'll do is we'll go down to Waterford, right? We didn't even have a car. My mother rented a taxi. We drove down to Waterford City. We went into the Waterford Institute of Technology. I wanted to do mechanical engineering, right? And we made an appointment with the dean. The purpose of this meeting, this was like your entry meeting to see if you'll be accepted or not, right? But usually it would be just the student and the dean. But in this case, it was the student, his mother, and the dean, right? So then the dean started asking me, like, what was your favorite subject in high school? And before I could answer, my mother said, oh yeah, Tony's favorite subject was physics, right? And about 2 years ago, he didn't have any English physics books, so he saved up his pocket money, went on a bus up to Dublin, went into the biggest bookstore, came back with a big bag of physics books, right? And then the dean was asking me the second question, and my mother answered that question, right? I didn't say a single thing. And this dean was really like a really good man. He was a real people person, and he realized Tony is not going to say a single word here, so I'm going to ask his mother all the questions. And then from there on in, well, how did Tony do in high school? Why does he want to be an engineer? He didn't ask me any of these. My mother spent 90 minutes answering all the questions. And I'm just sitting there. This was the craziest thing ever, right? And then as this was going on, right? And all this was going to be hinged on whether I'll be accepted or not, right? And I kind of knew from the facial, I was reading the dean, I kind of was very confident that I was going to get accepted, right? And as this conversation was going on, it was supposed to be a conversation between the dean and me, but it was between the dean and my mother, right? All I was doing for that 90 minutes was making an unbelievable determination and commitment that I'm going to study my butt off for the next 2 years like nobody has ever studied before. I'm going to get straight A's, right? Not B's, not like 8, not 7 A's and a B, but straight A's. I'm going to work weekends. I'm not going to go out for any entertainment. None of it, right? Because he's giving me an opportunity. And so is my mom, right? So then, when the 90 minutes was up, the dean said, Tony, congratulations, you've been accepted to the Waterford Institute of Technology into the mechanical engineering department, right? I couldn't believe it, right? I kind of knew it was going to happen. I didn't answer a single question. My mother was answering all the questions, right? So I'm telling this person, and this was way back in the 70s, right? And the reason I'm sharing this story with you is this is what we are advocating for. You should write this down, that the primary partnership should be between every single educational institution and families. This is going to be the game changer, because we said yesterday that 90% of a student's time is with who? Their parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, their teachers, their professors, and so on. So Madam Regis, you know what, this very rarely happens at the tertiary level. The family is like way out of eye line. That should change. When I come into MUBS next time, I should need lots of parents here, lots of mothers like my mother, talking to you, right? You should be talking to the students' mothers and fathers like my dean did 40 years ago or so, right? That should be the conversation going on. And then you make a close relationship, and that student's life now is on a whole new trajectory. That partnership has not happened yet. I want to see this, I want to see a model of this happening here in Uganda. What do you guys think? Do you think you can make this happen? Yeah, so, you know, yesterday, right, we heard from somebody here that parents are an issue, right? Because the parents want their students to get academic A's, right? Isn't that correct? So this was identified as a problem, right? Now, what are you guys here, problem identifiers or problem solvers? There is one problem solver in the room, so you cannot go back to Texas. You have to stay here. Now you stand up here and tell everyone what they should be, right? And you go and face them all and tell them, because you know something, right? That's why he's sitting in front. He's the best to tell everyone. Stand up and tell them all.
All of us here, we are problem solver. All of us.
Yes.
We need to bring our children, our parents, our teacher, and even the government to solve the problem.
Yes. So yeah, exactly. So this you know, this point about parents focusing on the you think that can be changed? Do you think you can actually engage parents and turn their minds around by, like, what do you guys think? I guarantee you something. I will guarantee you, if you fill this room with parents, right, and I come in, I will turn them around in 30 minutes. They will be no longer saying, I want straight A's. I want my students to be people of character, people of good relationships, people that have physical vitality, skills, and who can apply knowledge to solve problems. I can get that outcome in 30 minutes. I feel 100% confident. Do you guys, can you guys do that too? Maybe it might take you 31 minutes versus 30, right? Maybe you can do it in 29 minutes, I don't know. But it requires that effort, so Ministry of Education. Microphone. Who's my assistant?
Thank you, Doctor. In our schools, to get to the parents, we need to get to the head teachers first. So I'm just thinking whether we can do this for head teachers. But my question is, can you offer this training on Zoom to head teachers in Uganda? And probably to the ministry officials.
So can we offer this online? Actually, that's our plan for 2024. We are we are actually continually developing this content, right? Right now at the moment, doing in-person workshops like this, but the demand is already escalating. So you're actually telling us right now this needs to go Uganda-wide, right? And that's where we need technology to help us, to be our new best friend, right? So yeah, we have a plan we're mapping out a plan to get these sessions online, right? And have people register for them and even pay for it, because if you don't pay for it, you have no ownership over it, right? So, you know, that's just the reality of it. If it's all free, people won't even look at them, right? So that's our plan. Richard.
Just a quick one. I'd like to vouch for someone in this room, a school principal, who has bravely taken on this aspect of bringing the parents on board, and that's none other than my head teacher.
All right.
I can testify he's just made a year in my school as a new principal. In the first meeting with the parents, he laid down the responsibilities of a parent, and one of them, he emphasized on the dress code. He said, if you're a parent, you're going to come to this school, you must not dress like this. He laid standards.
Yeah.
Because you cannot mentor your child you're bringing to school without a parent being a role model. That is character. That is the moral aspect. So among the things he's doing is that. I know maybe he didn't realize that he may have time to speak about it, but he's right here, my head teacher. So he's bringing the parents on board in
so
that aspect of character.
yeah, it's not easy because parents most parents did not graduate from college, right? They barely graduated from high school, so they feel, anxious about coming into education. They feel like inferior, right? Oh, I'm not educated. There's no way I can go to a university, right? My mother didn't have a college degree, but my mother never graduated from college. She just barely graduated from high school. But did that stop her? No way, right? And my principal, like this principal here, welcomed her like you could not believe, right? And so did my dean, right? So Madam Regis, I would say if I was leading the leadership center, in a week, half my meetings would be with parents. That would be the profile, because that is the primary partnership. People like my mother, right? And that person will change that student's life. That is your new partner, right? We need to give a whole workshop on this, actually. And you can be bringing in parents and giving this content to them, and you'll turn them around in a microsecond, right? So I want all of us in the room, including myself, to master this. I am still mastering this content. I'm still mastering it. I haven't fully mastered it yet. I'm pretty okay at it, but I'm not satisfied. I'm still mastering it. I'm always getting new insights, but can you guys promise me that you will master this content? Not learn it, master it. Master it, right? So you're going to become, you might have Madam Regis, do you have a master's degree? Do you? Do you have a master's degree? Do you have a master's degree? Now you're going to get a second master's degree in this content. Okay, that master's degree you have is fairly okay, but this master's degree is going to be on a whole new level altogether, okay? That's the game changer master's degree, right? Right, guys? I mean, you guys are educated, but now you're going to be educated in this content. Master it, right? That requires a lot of work, a lot of investment. Okay. I've only got the 2 slides here. You know, this is like, that's why we need 3 days. Okay, so just a reminder here, once again, which is the primary dimension, the most important of the 4? Who can answer that question? The spiritual moral, right? Only human beings have this dimension. This is the realm of conscience and character, universal principles and values. This, of the 4 dimensions, this is the game changer. Lions don't have this. Zebras don't have it. Elephants don't have it. Cats and dogs don't have it, right? Fish don't have it. These beautiful birds I see out here in the lawn, they don't have it either. They only have these 3 dimensions, and they're inferior to human beings even, right? This is the game changer, this one. You should write this down. This is the game changer dimension, the game change, but you have to bring it to the forefront of your mind for the next 10 weeks. You should write that down too. When I say write that down too, only like 2% of the people, but if you're a teacher and you say to your students, write this down, if they don't write it down, you would freak out, right? You would be screaming at them. Okay. So I want to emphasize, this is the game changer, and this is the rotation here. The conventional education system makes this the primary dimension, correct? And barely. It's barely functioning, and it goes in reverse. The spiritual moral dimension is out of eye line. That should no longer be the case. And if this is out of eye line, then the woke agenda will take root here. I'm telling you, right? Because the woke agenda has nothing to do with the spiritual, moral, conscious character dimension. They've canceled this out. So this is your defense, your offense. By strengthening this, you will create an incredible defense against the woke agenda, and you will also be on the offensive to create new models that can transform not just Uganda and Africa, but the global north as well, okay? All right. And we made the case yesterday. We're just summarizing a few key points here. This is this is more powerful. This slide here, you should take a picture of this. This is the game changer slide, this one. If you forget everything else in the entire 2 days, this is the one you should be going home with, right? And you know when you go to the bathroom, you look at your phone sometimes when you're doing your thing. You should bring this image up and drill this into your mind, okay? When you're cooking, you should bring this up. Oh yeah, I need to, yeah, this is the game, this is E equals MC, more powerful than E equals MC. This is the new model. The model that we were designed to actually emulate by the creator. It's mapped from the 4 dimensions, right? Number 1, the character. It's linked to the spiritual moral dimension. That's why it takes up so much space on the pyramid. It is that important. It is that value add. It's the game changer one. Relationships is next because we're a relational being, right? It's mapped, right, to who we are, how we were designed. We were designed this way. Physical vitality, we have a body, right? It's here for a purpose. I can give a whole other seminar just on this alone, right? I've added in skills here, right? And then finally, the mental cognitive area, higher order mental cognitive functions, right? Applying knowledge, and this is the flow here. This is the influencing diagram. It's going up. Character influencing relationships. By the way, how is most new knowledge created today? It's not by reading books. Google, Tesla, Apple, all the big companies have people work in teams of 5. That's how new knowledge is created. That's how AI was created. It's not a single individual anymore. Knowledge is created by relationships, in addition to reading books, right? But reading books is not the only way. So we've got to reorganize our educational institutions to be driving group work, right? Group projects, new knowledge is created this way. The conventional education system, this pyramid is upside down, and the arrow is going down from knowledge acquisition, and it's actually stifling. It's suffocating us. It is squashing creativity. Sir Ken Robinson, who I quoted yesterday, he was famous. You should check this guy out, right? He was all about creativity. He's got a TED Talk on creativity, but this is one of the most illuminating things he ever said, was that if you want to kill, the best way to squash creativity in a young person is send them to school. The fastest way to squash creativity in a young person, all you have to do is send them to school. And while they're in school, their creativity will get stifled because of this conventional, stifling, suffocating model, right? There's no room for bottom-up innovation. You guys are the smartest people, right? You are creative, right? Inherently creative. We should be nurturing bottom-up creativity, bottom-up innovation, right? And it can't happen with this old model. With this model, it unlocks creativity, right? We need creativity and innovation happening from the top, but most of it should be bottom up, right, from your teachers. The teachers are on the front line, so are the faculty. With this model, it will unlock them, it will free them up, not suffocate them. Does that make sense? Okay, all right then. Okay. Okay, I think I talked about this plenty, so let's go on to this one. Okay, so we're just building on something we did yesterday, right? So we talked about you. This is you who you are. We align with our conscience, and we have to control our impulses, right? Which is avoiding pain and seeking pleasure. You know, sacrificing immediate gratification for a greater sense of gratification down the road. But there's also another thing we have to control. It's called our primary drives, right? And we have 3 of them: danger, food, and procreation, right? They come from the limbic brain, all right? We have to control these things. So the 3 primary drives are the food drive, which is an opportunity drive. It emanates from the limbic brain. All animals, all species have these, by the way. It's not unique to human beings, right? It's very powerful. Like yesterday, we had lunch at 2 o'clock, but from 12:30 on, that limbic brain food drive was bothering you, right? I saw lots of people looking at their watches. They didn't. From 12:30 to 2, this was the profile of the room. I can read your minds. All you were worried about was, when is the food going to arrive? Your stomach has taken over your spirit and your mind, right? You know, I was the same too. I was like also getting worried, right? That we need energy, you know? This is an opportunity drive. The procreation drive. This is about advancing our species. We all have this, right? And there's another one called the danger drive, right? The danger drive, our ancestors, nomadic hunter-gatherers, right? They did not go to the supermarket to get their food once a week and go home and put it in the refrigerator, did they? How did they get their food? Our ancestors. They had to hunt for it, right? In addition to eating plants and vegetables, they also had to eat protein. We need protein to build red muscle mass. They knew this stuff, right? And they had to hunt for their food, right? And most hunts end in failure. The problem is, when our ancestors went out to hunt on food, they were also hunted. There was lions, tigers, hungry bears. Whoa, there's a human. That would make a nice lunch, right? For me and my family. So we had to constantly navigate across danger in order for survival. We needed the food. Most hunts ended in failure, right? And we had to go out again, okay? So these drives are, once they kick in, they're very challenging to resist, right? Also, you cannot rationalize or think there once they kick in. They take over. However, they need to be managed, right? When these drives kick into animals, they can't resist them. They don't know how to manage them. They are going to actually, actualize them. But we are human beings. We have a spiritual, moral dimension that we need to manage these drives, right? Especially the danger drive, right? So in the danger drive, there are 3 survival responses: fight, flight, or freeze, right? we're very familiar with fight or flight, okay? So let's say you're out without any guide, right? You're out in the Serengeti, roaming around, okay? Looking at the animals, and then some hungry lion comes out of the bush and confronts you. Are you going to fight that lion? Who's going to fight him? Anyone here is courageous enough to fight the king of the jungle? That this lion is dripping with saliva. This guy is ready for lunch, and you just appeared, right? You're not going to fight him, right? In fact, when I go hiking in the Cascade Mountains in the state of Washington, there are these, we have bears over there, right? And there are all these signs. If you see a bear, don't confront the bear. That's the first thing it says. Because you won't win. You will not win. The second thing that you will fail at is if you run away from the lion, right? Or run away from the bear. The sign said, do not run away when you see the bear. Why? You guys know animals better than me, right? Here in Africa. Why would it be a seriously bad decision to run from a lion or a tiger or a bear? Do you think you can outrun them? Not a chance, because animals are attracted to movement, right? They're attracted to movement. If you run and you're making all this noise and movement, their eyesight is not great. They are going to get you and your lunch. It's as simple as that, okay? And they will be so happy, but you will not be happy, right? So that's we should not do that. And then the best one of all, when you're confronting a wild animal, is to actually freeze, because you're not moving. That bear could almost walk past you. That's what hunters do. They actually, the whole thing with hunting is don't move, and also be downwind so they don't smell you, right? You just stay put, and you're more likely. That's why the Creator gave us this drive, the freeze drive, right? That's a survival drive, something we're not that familiar with, okay? So these drives, right? This freeze response, right? These drives, they stimulate, the danger drive, and especially this one of freezing, right? What happens is that when we confront danger, what rises up within us the most? It's fear, right? Fear. Fear of pain, not the pain itself, right? Fear of being eaten, but maybe not being eaten, right? Okay? A fear of loss. For example, this 10-week challenge we made, right? We asked you to walk. And then many of you are thinking, oh, fear of loss. Oh my God, I'm going to lose an hour of watching TV. Oh, I was going to go out to the mall. I'm going to have to sacrifice. It's a fear of loss. It's a fear response, right? So when you face fear, fear should become our counselor, not our jailer, right? The Creator created us with fear as a guide to survive, but it should not be our jailer. It's to guide us around around the danger, so that we can pursue food and so on, and snakes and so on, right, from our ancestors. So to illustrate all of this in a very palatable way, right, I'm going to give the example of two farmyard animals, and I want to acknowledge Jared Moran here, the founder of Body Slims. I learned this from him. I'm actually doing a lot of Body Slim courses, right, myself. And I find this to be a very good example, right, to illustrate all the stuff we're talking about. So let's start this little story off, okay? I'm going to tell you a story. about Farmer Brown, okay? So Farmer Brown has an amazing farm with all kinds of animals, right? You can see them all here, running wild and free. Wouldn't you like to be in this? I would love to be in this farm myself, right? I saw pictures like this. I grew up on a farm. I love this image. So one day, Farmer Brown brings this cow, her name is Daisy the cow, into a field adjacent to the entire farm. It's not this space here. It's a separate field, right? A small field adjacent to the farm. And Daisy is the only animal in this space. And it's surrounded by an electric fence, okay? You guys familiar with electric fences? Have you ever touched an electric fence? How many people here touched an electric fence? I did, okay, because I grew up on a farm. My parents had an electric fence to keep our cows within a certain area, right? And I'm telling you, if you, like my father and I and my brothers would go up and we would challenge ourselves to touch the electric fence. If you touch it once, you're not going to do it again, okay? Because the current goes right through you and gets grounded through your feet on the ground. But we human beings wear rubber boots, so it's not as bad as you might think. However, if a cow touches this with her spout that's already moist, and she's not wearing Wellingtons or boots, right? When that cow touches that electric fence, whoa, the electricity goes through the moistness of her nose. This thing goes through and goes through all her 4 feet, and whoa, right? That cow will never go near that electric fence again, ever, in her life, right? Because it's so painful, fear of pain, right? So Daisy's sitting in this field for a couple of days, and Daisy's looking out at all the other farm animals, the other cows and the ducks and the sheep and all of them, the dogs, running wild and free. And Daisy's only wish, her dream, is, I want to be out here with these animals, right? With my friends, okay? So Daisy was courageous. So Daisy decides, I'm going to give it a go. She didn't know anything about that the fence was electrified. She just saw this little wire running. So she goes up to it, touches it with her spout, with her nose, right? And whoa, gets this massive shock. Never expected it, had no anticipation of it. And then she goes back into the middle of the field, sits down, and is resigned to stay there for the rest of her life, dreaming about being over here. A few days later, Daisy never went back to the fence ever again. A few weeks later, Farmer Brown, in an adjacent field right next to Daisy's that also had an electric fence, brought another farmyard animal, this time a bull. And the bull's name is Brine. Now, the mindset of Brine is completely different from Daisy's mindset. Brine's mindset has an unlimited mindset or a growth mindset, whereas Daisy's mindset had a limited mindset, not a growth mindset. So Brine is out there in the field and he's looking out at all these animals, particularly he's looking at the cows, right? I guess you know why, right? He would love to be with some of these cows, right? Most in particular. So Brine is thinking about this. He said, I would love to be out there with the other farmyard animals, running wild and free. So Brine, right, decides he's going to go there. So he walks up to the electric fence, touches it with his nose, whop, big shock, right? Goes through his 4 feet. He's not wearing Wellingtons, and boy, he goes back to the middle of the field, sits down, and then Daisy, you know, did you ever see a movie called Babe, where the sheep can talk to each other? You should watch this, it's really funny. These two farm animals are able to communicate, they can speak. They're able to communicate with each other. So Daisy says, Brine, I could have told you this. I knew this would happen. So here we are. Unfortunately, we are here for the rest of our lives, wishing we could be out there. I could have told you, I could have saved you getting that shock. I could have told you, right? But Brian is wired differently. He has a different mindset. So Brian is taking another look out at these farmyard animals. And Brian actually has an unlimited mindset. So he stands up one day after a few days, says, I'm going to get into, I'm going there. No matter what, I am going there, right? So Brian stands up, he moves his foot 3 times like this. He actually gets into a pounce position, looks at the farm straight ahead, head up, and then he makes this almighty dash. He's literally running 100 miles an hour. He's got all of the chemicals going, dopamine, endorphins, you name it, right? Norepinephrine. This bull is charged like you can't believe. He goes up, makes a brief contact with the electric fence, smashes it in 2, and he's out here running wild and free with all the animals, right? So then Daisy is looking at this. Whoa, my God, Brian got into the place where I want to be. So then Daisy was a very courageous cow. So it took her a couple of days to build up some courage, right? And she said, let me do what Brian did. What did Brian do again? He stood up. I saw him moving his right foot forward like this, right? And then I remember he hunkered down. He put his head up like this. He focused on the destination. And then what did he do? He made an almighty dash. He was running at 100 miles an hour. I'm going to run at 110 miles an hour. So Daisy makes this almighty dart, aiming at the farm, and blows through the electric fence, smashes it in 2, right? And she's out there running wild and free with the animals. Do you think Daisy experienced a little bit of pain when she made contact with that fence as she was going through it? Most likely. How long did it last for? Probably a second, right? Okay, that was it. So what does all this mean, right? What does this whole story mean? This farm represents the opportunity. The opportunity. That's what we're talking about here, transforming our schools into this new model that's anchored in character, relationships, and so on. That's the opportunity, right? The electric fence, that represents our limiting beliefs. We want to be out here. We want our students to be engaged. We want to be influencing them. They told us yesterday they want to be influenced, right, by us. The reason we're not doing it is we got limiting beliefs. The reason the parents are, have the mindset that we want A's. They, and we have a limiting belief that we accept that is the truth. It's not. All we have to do is engage the parents, get beyond these limiting beliefs, right, and engage them with something different, okay? And who does Daisy represent? Currently, Daisy represents almost all of us here in this room, right? Parked with our limiting beliefs, seeing the opportunity, but held in place, freezing with fear, afraid to move. And then who's Brian in this example? Brian is this workshop. Brian represents this workshop, okay? This is a strategic intervention in your life, right? That shows you the possibilities, including many of you here in this room who are exemplars already, like Richard here, right? So that's Brian. I hope that all of you will become Brian. So let me ask you a question for everyone. Who do you want to be? Daisy, stuck with her limiting beliefs, not able to move, frozen by fear, or Brian, who's going to challenge these limiting beliefs and is going to stand up and once and for all going to break through and seize this new opportunity to give the young people of Uganda unbelievable hope, opportunity, so they can thrive and make the Uganda that all of you want. Which one are you going to be, Daisy or Brian? Whoa. Maybe stand up now this time. And now, you have to shout it, now some of you just like made a semi-loud noise, but you have to actually now you have to cascade this down to your school heads, your faculty. Now this time, you have to communicate to your schools that are on the other side of Kampala or wherever they are. They have to hear you, right? So stand up and you make a decision. I am going to be Daisy or I'm going to be Brian. You have to make a decision. If you're going to be Brian, I'm going to be Brian. I'm going to break through. I'm going to make all this happen like yesterday, like today. We're starting today. 3, 2, 1. Who are you? Hey, now that's captured on camera. You're the pioneers. You're the new Brians. This is strategic intervention. You're going to make it happen. Give everyone a big round of applause. Yay. All right. Okay. Very cool. So now, just for 3 minutes, I want you to pair up, right? Pair up, or you can make a team of 3 or 4 if you like. I don't mind, right? Just like immediately where you are. You don't have to travel around the room. And I want you to brainstorm a list of limiting ideas or beliefs that you have experienced that block you from achieving your dreams and your goals and your opportunities, right? These are real things. I'm too old, I'm too young, I don't feel confident, I'm not educated enough, I don't have enough experience. Like, you know, we could go on and on. I don't know what yours are, but we all, oh, hold on, let me go back. We all have them, right? So pair up, make a list of limiting beliefs that you have actually experienced currently or recently, right? That are blocking you from going forward, right? And once you identify them, your goal over the next 10 weeks is to blow those out of your mind. But we have to identify them first. You got 3 minutes? Get into your groups, come up with this real quick. Okay, guys, pair up. Everyone in the room, pair up. You all are contributors. We all have, I'm not the only one contributing. Everyone has to contribute to this workshop.
let you guys speak too over there. So real quick, 1 minute. Thank you so much.
Is the fit on
YouTube? Civil sound. I'm graduated from Uganda to doing my master's at Moses, and then I'm working with Strong Minds Uganda. I'm retired international, and I'm also an economist at Moses. So one of the, I want to supplement on what that colleague of mine had said. I added out skills, added out other things, but I want to talk about mental illness since I'm part of the Strong Minds Uganda. With mental illnesses, it's where you find some people are deprived. Their ambitions, their goals are taken away because of not thinking critically. For example, most of the youth in Uganda and globally are on drugs, and you find some youth telling us that once upon a time they had a dream of being a doctor. But when currently they are at their 30s and they are saying they never achieved that because of the drugs. So drugs like cocaine and others, they distort people's mind for most of the youth in achieving their dreams. So
kandi munda naye nga temuli meeting endaga temuli meeting of leadership.
Thank you very much. Exactly.
Previous.
You gotta do this. Thanks for bringing a lot of students here today.
Previous.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
You know.
Glad students, you really love, really appreciate.
Olunyizeeko neegendako omuwala bambi
Oh yeah. Ministry.
like badde ekyajijjukira yakyo.
Ministry did occasionally for really good students. We had 3 of the at home for outcome. Then I tried this what will come when fear of breaking the culture. This is a culture, I've been here, how do I break the culture? Then fear of influential people. Oh, if I say that person is too big, what will they say? And language barrier. Language barrier can also create fear. Yeah, actually, I want to pick up on this point you said, the fear of influential people. What we often do is put others on pedestals, and we accentuate a kind of inferiority complex within ourselves, right? Oh, they can do it, but poor me, I can't do it, right? That's a limiting belief on steroids, right? Stop putting other people on pedestals. Put you on a pedestal. This is your time to break through, right? Once and for all, okay? And then this side, one more. Yeah, we don't repeat. Okay. Next slide, guys.
Hello? Oh, sorry. How are you?
Next slide. Okay, here we go. All right.
Hello? One.
Just some
One.
these
Yes, definitely.
limiting beliefs.
Yeah, presentation again.
It wasn't mentioned. This is kind of like the 10-week challenge.
Yes, can you build what's up?
No, you won't. It starts today, right?
Okay.
You see, procrastination is a real thing in our lives. Not having confidence. That's all. It's the lack of confidence. Quitting. Quitting is a disease of the soul. And you guys want to quit on the 10-week challenge? After 3 weeks, like 80% of the world's population, with the New Year's resolution, and you want to quit? I know you're thinking right now, oh, I'm thinking of quitting. And you guys want to quit? And you guys want to quit? No. Stand up and say, I'm not going to quit. It's a disease of the soul. I'm not quitting. It's the disease of the soul. I'm not quitting. It's a disease of the soul. Okay, cool. Now I feel a little confident here. So we need to have, we talked about freezing, but now we're going back to fighting, right? We said it's not a good idea to fight lions or a hungry bear, right? However, we do, in fact, have to stand up and fight, okay? Not violence, not the kind of fight where you're killing others or hurting them, not that kind of fighting. It's having the courage to fight, to break through, fighting for the young people of Uganda, right? Fighting that you are worth it. You are worth it. You're going to grow finally. You're going to transform yourself. You're going to realize your full potential in all 4 dimensions. We're created to grow in all 4 dimensions. And Creator created us to grow in all 4 dimensions by exercising freedom and taking personal responsibility. No one can make you do this. No one can make you do it. That is a personal decision that each and every one of us have to face and do every day. And by the way, maybe you may not have done this yet. The good news here, it's never too late to start if you start now. You should write this down. I'm finishing the sentence here. It's never too late if you make a decision right here and now that you will start now, once and for all. Now does not mean Monday. It means today. What day is today? Tuesday, right? Okay. Okay. Are you familiar with Eliud Kipchoge? Who's familiar with this man? Stand up if you're familiar with him. Only a few people are familiar with him. You know, he's Kenyan, right? And he is the first human being in the history of the entire world, right? That ran a marathon that was 26.2 miles in under 2 hours. He won back-to-back Olympic gold medals. He kept breaking his own limits year in, year out. And then he came up with a new challenge later in his life that I'm going to challenge to run a marathon in under 2 hours. All of the experts, scientists, technologists, you name it, right? Coaches, exercise experts. They were saying that based on current fitness levels and technology, that the earliest that a human being could break the 2-hour barrier would be in 2070. 2070, 50 years from now, right? But Eliud Kipchoge, did he actually allow that to be a limiting belief? No, he said, that's BS. I'm going to challenge this. I'm older. I think we do it. I am going to break this limit once and for all. I'm going to do it now, right? I'm not waiting for some other person, right, that I will mentor down the road. No. So he actually made an attempt in Monza, Italy, in 2017. He trained for 6-7 months for this, right? And his time was 2 hours and 25 seconds. He did not break the 2-hour barrier. And then many people were saying to him, Eliud, fair dues to you. This was a great attempt. You did your best, right? And, as we were saying, the earliest that we could do this is 27. So when he ended the race, he lay down on the ground flat, right? Because he was exhausted. Then he stood up, and do you know what he said? He said something incredible. Do you know what he said? He said, 25 more seconds to go. 25 more seconds to go. And he went into training again with an unlimited mindset that I am going to break this barrier. I am going to do it, right? I'm going to break no one had run a marathon in 2 hours and 25 seconds. I'm going to break my own barrier here, my own limit. And then in 2019 in Vienna, he actually broke the 2-hour marathon barrier in 1 hour, 59 minutes and 19 seconds. To be the only person in human history to run a marathon in under 2 hours. He's African. He's from this continent. He's from East Africa, your neighbor, your brother, right? And then he went on to make a famous saying, right? And that famous saying is that no human is limited. No human is limited. No human is limited. Do you think Eliot Kipchoge was limited by any kind of limiting belief which he really did have? No. He actually stood up. He said, no human is limited. Let me ask you this, all of you educators here. Do you feel limited that we can achieve this ambitious goal to transform education, to transform educators in Uganda, transform your students, set them up to try to be successful in their lives? Do you think that's possible, or do you think that you are limited in doing this? It's possible, right? It's possible. It has to be more than that. Now everyone stand up, right? Everybody stand up. Now let's down to all the schools, all the students all over Uganda. If you yourself is not limited, then I am going to break through the mind. Not anyone else is going to me. I am not limited. No human is limited. You say that word out loud and then even louder. I am not limited. 3, 1. Okay? Now I'm saying so this formation says, now that this don't be looking at me, go through the walls, it has to go to the ends of Uganda, the ends of the world. Everyone must feel you. No human is limited. I am not limited. Make a good second try, but we're not done yet, right? I don't think every Ugandan heard that. We have to go again because this is a little bit limiting still. This time you go to the bottom of your gut. You take a deep breath to bring every morsel of energy up and you shout it at the top of your voice, right? So that every animal, bird, fish, human being, young person here, other teachers can hear it loud and clear. Come and emanate in this room. Take a deep breath, go to the bottom of your gut. No human is limited. I am not limited. I am not limited. Big round of applause. In fact, there is a documentary called Kipchoge, The Last Milestone. I'm going to give you an assignment right now. Every single educational, every single university, every single school in Uganda should show this documentary. It's available on the streaming services. It's only like $10 or $14 to buy it. And then you organize a half-day workshop. You show the 90-minute documentary. You have a few speakers. You have group work going on. And this is about overcoming. We showed this in the Philippines, first workshop like this one, back in July. And it was rated the highlight of the day, right? In the feedback. Have you shown this to your schools? No, not. Now, this is your homework. I'm giving you an assignment now. You show this documentary to your entire faculty. Every classroom should see it, and you organize a half-day workshop. It could be in the evening, it could be on the weekend. Every single school principal, you want to do it in your school? You want to do it in your school? You want to do it. That's more or less that's the spirit, right? Ministry of Education, Madam Regis, right? All the faculty here. This can be a big thing from your leadership center, right? Yes. And then you, he involves it's all about discipline, consistency, unwavering self-belief, mental toughness, humility, overcoming challenges, search for learning, living simply, embracing hard work, keeping focus. These are all character qualities, guys. They're not mental qualities. These are character qualities, right? And then he is a big advocate for teachers. He said that the teacher can produce good results in school if they're not limited, if they stop limiting themselves, right? So, so this is an undesired state, right? An undesired state, this is not what we should be doing. It is often the current state of affairs, where we have a weak relationship with our conscience. In other words, the spiritual consciousness is not in the forefront of our mind. It's out of my mind, and as a result, we human beings have often a weak relationship with our conscience. Also, that impulses, pain, pleasure are out of control. They're managing us versus we managing them. Also, primary drives, fear, freezing, are actually managing us rather than us managing them. And then in terms of cultivating character, because we're stuck in all of these areas, all of this inhibits the cultivation of character. Okay? This is an undesired state. This is the profile that we should not have. Instead, this is the desired state, that we are in alignment with our conscience. And our conscience, in turn, points to the universal principles and moral laws. That is primary. Then if that strengthened, now we actually have the power, you could say, to manage our impulses. These impulses are real. Also to manage our primary drives. And with all this in place, now we can actually manifest the truth, righteousness, goodness, and love in the form of habits, behaviors, and actions in our character. So our character starts to grow day by day, right? So this is a powerful diagram. It's the desired image. It's actually helping us to, let's take a photo of this one, right? And you can watch it many times, okay? Okay, so guys, I got about 12 minutes left to wrap it up. So I'm going to go through the rest of this really quick, okay? We won't do this exercise, but what we're talking about here is unlock our full potential. Yes, the point from the mission impossible to find possible. What we're doing is to put the situation between the end and the east and putting it in the conflict. Let me ask you a question. Possibly see these big outcomes we're talking about, but you think I'm possible. You think I'm impossible? You see the mistake, right? That actually finds possible because conditions that team takes off are literally almost impossible, right? But is that team so when they're going to stand up here and you make a decision, but you want to mission possible and mission impossible. Yes. Everyone stand up. Stand up. We're trying to get very simple system. I think we feel that you're convicted by God, right? And we shout it out, I'm on a mission, I'm possible. And you just again. The next more of a number. Big round of applause. Good job. Go through these 100 dimensions really briefly. Remember that we are going to show up again in the new year for 2 more series, right? We're going to have more time to unpack this stuff. We have very condensed this time, with really a day and a half, 2 days. But I'll just touch on these other ones really briefly. So let's look at the mental cognitive area. very briefly. Okay. So the traditional education system focuses on knowledge and knowledge acquisition, partially, only partially targeting the mental cognitive dimension, right? Resulting in partial mental and human development. It doesn't touch these other areas, that's why not linked, right? However, we want to do the exercise. So just we want to move in from basic knowledge acquisition to higher order cognitive development, such as the application of knowledge versus the acquisition of knowledge. Focus is another one. Experiential learning. That's why we have you standing up, right? Walking up and down, right? It's experiential learning. Visualization. Visualizing the outcome. The more you visualize the outcome, that's what athletes do. Sports teams invest billions of dollars into visualization. The more you can visualize this outcome, this future we want, the more it gets you up in the morning. Feeding your mind good inputs. Remember we said garbage in, garbage out? Put good inputs into your mind. Write that one down especially. I'm going to put good inputs into my mind. I'm going to read a good book. I'm going to watch a good podcast. I'm going to read Atomic Habits, right? And some of the other books we're recommending. Being innovative. We want bottom-up innovation going on in our educational institutions. Asking better questions. You know ChatGPT? It all hinges on asking a good question. If you don't ask good questions, you're going to get garbage output, right? So this is no longer about answering questions. It's about getting answers. It's about coming up with good questions, right? And discovery and so on and so forth. All of this versus the acquisition of knowledge alone. These are higher order mental cognitive areas that we need to be transforming our educational institutions into, right? Okay. So it's we invoke the acquisition and the application of knowledge, right? I won't get into all of these. I don't see what's off on this one, right? So I really like this one. Einstein said, if I had an hour to solve a problem and my life depended on the solution, I would spend the first 59 minutes determining the proper question to ask. For once I know the proper question, I could solve the problem in less than 5 minutes. So what we need to be doing is asking better questions. Lots of good questions, right? How do we do this? How do we get the parents involved? Ask these good questions and then create teams and try to actually come up with a solution in a plan and solve the problems, right? Okay, I want to talk about the emotional area because we're running out of time. Okay, so we are in essence relational beings.
UFC.
Family, with relationship are fundamentally learned within the advocating that the primary species is not operations, right? It's not anything else, it's families. Educational institutions, the right put the proper profile of educational institutions is that it's swarming with parents and grandparents, right? And teachers and members and deans should be meeting with parents all the time, just like my dean back in Ireland 40 years ago. My mother, thank you, that remember this is doing this, no education. That dean knew that some of the people with the welfare return, she had a doctor degree or something. She spoke like a doctor. My mother could turn on the charms that you can't believe. She used to, my mother had this magazine when I was younger. We had a TV, it was called Woman's Home. And this Woman's Home was constantly covering Queen Elizabeth. And I remember really listening to Queen Elizabeth. She was like an amazing lady. But we never used to dress up like Queen Elizabeth. the same time, the same message, and continue to university. It needs a lot of England coming into the university. A lot of people are also it's that corner, right? Rounding on. Then she shows up, dressed like Queen of England. Whoa. But these are, I'm just this one. Yeah. So the family is emphasizing now that this is the most important human institution. More important than schools or universities or anything. This is why I would say secondary, right? So in terms of our emotions, we need to focus more on creative emotions, like gratitude. Right? That's a creative, selfless emotion. You are grateful to the Creator for creating this beautiful country, right? For my family, I'm grateful to my parents. Trust, building trust as a positive, selfless emotion. Love, loving others, exercising those emotional muscles to love your other family members. You know what's interesting about our family? Let me ask you this: how many people who here has children? Who here has children? Those of you who have children, are your children the same as you at all? They're like a map from you. You know, I have 4 children, right? My wife and I sometimes have discussion. If we create these children, they look like aliens from other planets. They're like completely different from us, right? So, you know, that is the most wonderful thing. It's what's interesting when we have friends. Do we actually gather friends who are completely different from us and who are almost identical to us? Most friends are very similar, but they're easy to get along. They're not challenging, right? So when our family members, we did not, you know, we had, you know, we had no choice. They show up as they are, and you have to learn how to get along with them. That is the foundation of peace building in the community. The more you can learn to get along with your family, you are now building emotional and relationship muscles to get along with people in the community who are different from you. Then we have a fighting shot to bring peace. But this is learned within the family, right? And let me read the rest of it, right? There's another set of emotions that are more self-centered that we really have to manage. They're real. Doubt, competition, fear. It's an emotion. Hostility, anger. You get angry sometimes. 3 people get angry, but no one else never got angry in your life, right? Yeah, it's an emotion. It shows up. Do you think it has to be managed? Do you think you should exercise on your anger? No, I mean, if you exercise, no, let's say you're really upset with someone and you say to them, like, I'm going to kill that person. Do you act on that? Did you ever have that feeling, I'm going to kill that person because you're so upset with them? Be honest. Be honest. Yes, you're being honest, right? But do you act on them? You have to manage this, right? Insecurity, sadness, guilt. I mean, that's why we're doing another 2 series. We have to get into this stuff a little bit more, okay? And then finally, I'm talking about the physical vitality area, right? But really briefly, this is, you know, our bodies are missing. You should write that down. Our body is a blessing. We should be grateful that we have this. And the big thing here is energy and vitality. So as educators, we need to show up into our classrooms with high energy and high vitality. Don't you agree? We can't be dragging ourselves into the classroom with low energy because we're not going to influence anybody. So we need energy, right? So I'm going to unpack this a little bit, right? A nutritious diet is number 1. When you go into the supermarket today, globally, 75% of the stuff in the supermarket is poison. It's processed food filled with sugar that's putting weight on us, that is causing diabetes, which is the biggest health problem in the world right now. You need to skip the center of the store and work the aisles. That's what the vegetables are, the meat, the protein. It's not in the middle of the store. So bypass bread and all these, processed foods, right? Exercise. The Creator created us to walk, right? It's as simple as that. When you walk, you build up red muscle mass. We need that to stay erect, to have a good posture, to have energy, right? Sleep is another one. You should sleep at least like 7 to 8 hours a night. I was going to say a week, but it's a night, right? So get to bed by 10 o'clock. My daughter is a naturopathic doctor. She said, get to bed by 10 because between 10 and 2 a.m. is the prime time for sleep. And the next piece is between 2 and 6. Right? So I actually started practicing this. And I feel more healthy as a result. If you're losing weight, you will never lose it if you're not getting enough sleep. Okay? So sleep is essential for recovery. Hydration. Drink lots of water. Water lubricates our bones and our muscles. So drink lots of water. Breathing, right? Every time you love breathing, if we don't breathe properly, there's a whole book on breathing, right? We need to get better at that. And then getting into nature, getting away from this urban environment. Even like I love the campus here. I love the nature. It's like, whoa, this is amazing. Wish my school was like this, right? It's a gift, this university. Okay? So to wrap it up then, right? Continuously developing all 4 dimensions, especially this one, all of them. And that's what your 10-week challenge is about. Right? We gave you the template. You filled this out. I advise you to pick one area of each one of them, and you work on it over the next 10 weeks. And by the end of the 10 weeks, you should see, other people will notice that you have changed in a good way, right? You become more giving, you become more sharp, you become more slim, right? You've got more energy, and so on, okay? And then this is coming to the end here, second last slide here. So yesterday, we talked about transforming education in the Global South. What we're really talking about is transforming educators and students in the Global South. And this is a global campaign that we launched. We launched it this summer in the Philippines. We brought it to Kenya last week. We're bringing it to Uganda right now. And we're going to have the formal launch during the Global Peace Convention, which is a biannual convention, which will be in Manila, Philippines, December 10th and 14th. But before then, we have a goal to sign up a minimum of 300 launch partners or launch supporters. So several of you did this yesterday. Those who have not done this yet, we're going to put this up here right now. You can point your phones to this QR code. Here's the link here as well. And you're invited to be launch partners and supporters of this vision, to be the founding members of this campaign. There's going to be thousands and tens of thousands on this campaign in the entire Global South in the not too distant future. But we're inviting you to be the founding members, right? Your institutions, this university, the Ministry of Education of Uganda, and so on, right? The individual schools here. So if you haven't done it already, point your camera here, you're invited. We need this up here. And I want to thank you so much for being here for these 2 days. I want to thank the students here in the back for being here. And our team, right? Richard, our tech, Providence. But some people have problems with this. Can you go to them and text them the link here, right? So that you go and help these people up here. Anyone that needs help with this, Providence here will help you, right? You get the QR code or the link. You have a question? Yeah, what is it? So real briefly, we have to wrap this up. Thank you very much, Doctor. Personally, I'm so glad that most of the resolutions are bringing forth in the Global Peace Foundation are tackling some of the challenges that were put down by the Millennium Development Goals. And so first of which you have made it speaking, and it has come to institutions like schools, and these are the ambassadors. I can tell you that although they are laying ground for the Global Peace Foundation in schools, but we need other institutions. For example, like you say that in case we put this program on Zoom and maybe like you bring maybe like an online application so that people are using Zoom, it may be easier for the one to interact, and they also give information to their premises or whatever they need. So it's my inquiry, please, in case you keep it enough, you can do it for other institutions. For example, if I can tell you, there are some institutions, let's talk about like hospitals. Their mothers giving birth to children in what they are sick people, disabled whatsoever. So there are very many people around the globe that need it. So that's my inquiry. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I mean, the Ministry of Education seems to be eager to get this out there, plus, other universities and so on. So we will have discussions about how to ramp this up and scale it up for sure. Okay. So with that, I'm going to finish here. My piece here in this workshop. I want to thank you dearly. It's been such a great honor and pleasure, and I'm very enthusiastic of every single one of you here. I have great hope here. We really love your country. We love all the educators up here, and we really love your students. Listening, it's right? We need something. We need so much. Thanks. Wow. So that for a name from Uganda to me. It's really a uniform name. You are so young to the customer. Your pattern divide was taken us through since yesterday, and he has given us the package that you have prepared. I want you also in agenda. Then we move to for Dr. Tony Divine for being with the study. But first of all, this is 10 items. This is for users. It's very not everyone. Give us an energizer or saxophone. We need to check up the channels because we are going to the closing ceremony. We did the walking in the morning, the Tommy walk challenge. We are going to continue for 10 minutes. Give us yours. Well, may I request us to all rise up? All rise up, and I'm sure we are all good in spelling. We are all good in what? Spelling. We are going to say thank you. But we are using our physical body to write the word of thank you. The first workshop Saturday. So in the beginning, where is it? Saturday, they will say, yeah, she's there on the screen. Capital letter. Then H. And good. And then K.
The survey.
It was on one page. Why?
On his presentation.
No, I don't know. Oh, she gave me a message.
The challenge is we switched the laptops. That's why if she sent it, let her send it again.
Full stop. You can say thank you.
We switched the laptop.
For such exciting.
You don't have it.
Inspiring.
Can you have it again?
Educative
it was for yesterday.
Training that we've been able to receive.
What email should I send it to?
I'm sure.
What is it?
And we have found that we are the true survey. Because they said you cannot give what you don't want. If you've not changed, then there's no way you can change what? And I believe that we are the people who are already been transformed, and therefore have capacity to transform others. All from the various dignitaries who've been with us after since yesterday, I know it is not in vain. I was interacting with one of my mentors from Chambogo College.
Is it
this? The scan? No. Chambogo.
I'm saying the scan.
The height.
That scan
is going to be more higher. He told me things are going to be slightly more what? Higher. That has been one, but I know each of you has a testimony to make. If it was within our limit of time, I believe each of you would come and share something. And I believe, Dr. Tony, we are so indebted for your love for Uganda. Uganda is the best place to be in the world. I think actually God was creating the world while he was here. It was in Uganda. Then the world was what? Well created. So if you're looking for your origin is here. So when you are coming where you originated. We call it the PAL, and we shall always love to have more sharing from you. This is just the beginning. We believe our next workshop, which you'll organize soon, we shall still come. By that time, we shall be giving you outcomes. We shall be sharing with you the what? The outcomes of our training. And then you can add on to that. We can always move together. The Bible says, like iron sharpens iron, man does what? Sharpens man. That's Proverbs. So thank you for sharpening us. My former president, Idi Amin, said, you cooked me well. I'll also cook you well. So we shall also cook you well when we come to America. So thank you so much. Our visitors, we are always honored. We shall always love that we become part and parcel. Our team will be visiting you at the various offices or your various institutions so that we can enrich further. Dr. Tony will leave more material for us to keep sharing with you so that we can deepen what we've been able to learn today, because it could not be so compressed in the time, but he has more material which he will share with us, and we shall come and meet with you individually. Thanks for the context. We are going to ensure that we keep in touch. We shall have a platform where he will be, and we'll keep training and learning. One man said that when you think you have come to an end of learning, then know that you have come to the beginning of your death. You begin to die each time you stop what? Learning. Learning makes you grow younger. I was pleased when he talked about families. Friends, families are very, very important. We have only two institutions that make human beings. My young boy, a few days ago, was telling me he's going to marry. I said, wow, you are now going to be a member of the Uganda Manufacturers Association. It is only in two institutions where we manufacture human beings. It is from the family and the what? The schools. When you want to transform the world, you must transform the what? The family. When we are being taught by the teachers, I love that my teachers here live that really. See the action stack or razor. What is the
flash?
standard?
saving ibintu bijja computer
Now,
visa.
they say that a family is the best what? Unit. It is from the family that you can get to transform society. So we are honored that the training has also been focusing on strengthening what? Family institutions. Then the schools. So far, Uganda is doing well, especially with the coming in of the new curriculum. I want to thank the Ministry of Education, National Curriculum Development Center, Directorate of Industrial Training, Directorate of Education Standards, and all other agencies and schools that have taken up a lead in the new curriculum. My son, who is a beneficiary of this, is beginning to show a lot of good things at home. I want to thank you, dear teachers. If it's within your means, let's have an applause of hand clap for ourselves. You are doing a very great job. This is the way to go. This is what the way to go. When we want to change anything, two things: change the home, change the what? The school. Then Uganda is going to be blossoming. We are enjoying a very good country. Tony has just moved out, but Uganda has every resource. We have water, the Nile, and many other rivers. Instead of us using them for irrigation, actually the water system is becoming a problem in terms of flooding. So that requires us to go back to the what? To the school, so that these rivers can be used for irrigation, not for what? For flooding. We have so much of land, arable land. Young boys are sitting by the land and starving to what? To death. We need to teach them that agriculture is not taught in class. Agriculture is taught in the farm. We should be taking them to the farm and the school so that they can learn that agriculture is an activity, not what? A lesson. As they keep engaging in agriculture, they will eventually become good farmers tomorrow. Well, I'm not here to make new speeches. The training area is it true? All we are not doing is to make a recap of what we are able to learn. I want to request my leader, Ambassador Kambula, to come and give us the next item on agenda. Before he comes, I'm told. Oh, fine.
Thank you. Members, as we come to the close of this workshop, we started with a pre-survey. Right on the screens here is the post survey, which, like you did at the beginning, you're just going to scan using your QR and fill in those questions. We'd like to have your feedback on what you feel about this workshop. Thank you very much. In case there is anyone having challenges scanning it, as we've been doing, we shall still be moving around to help you out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here once again. Yesterday was good, right? How many say yesterday it was good? That's good. Wow. So, we can thank for that. How many say today is better? Wow, again, clap himself. So we're in the right place, in the right time, in history. Everything around us, if you look physically, seems to be stuck. Stuck because the kind of thing we will use foreign models to produce new results. And I think we will continue to put it around ourselves. And the end result is what? Is confidence. Poor education produces thieves, rough people, poverty, all the bad things. Education. So we are in the right place, in the right time, in history. So I must really say thank you so much to have chosen today, yesterday, to be here so that we navigate, we build, a new flight, 2050, while we are seated on it. Tell your neighbor where it comes from. Where it comes from. Why I'm saying from is we are lucky that we are in Africa and we are African. I have Dr. Madadi who went to United States proposing the past government of DLC. And the people wanted poison. You want to stand up for an information. You want to speak to action. You stand up for me. You go to even directly I came to join us from America and said, I got to be asked and for this conference for pronunciation. But in here, my story. 40 years around the globe. He wants to come back home because the home a little bit home and translation. A man coming back home. Now for us we are home, right? We are at home. Now when we are at home, we can't remember we are at home. London, America, or friends and they are granted down. You know what I want to call? I can't remember. You remember all the remember? The moment they see you by your skin, you know the racial justice is happening. Now, but we who are lucky and we are at home, favor if we are not at home. We steal ourselves in the legislation. Even when they give us the money from the household, we eat the money. We enjoy the fun. But who are these people? Are people who are in the education system. They are people who came from home. They had parents for them, and they were produced by teachers, by curriculum, by policy. So I'm simply saying we need a new vision for education. So that with new education produces population, a new population produces a new nation. A new nation then can be competing with the rest of the world. Am I talking matrix or something? It's really easy. So you are part of the champion partners of this present century. And so and for yourself that much and family. First and foremost, I want to recognize in special admiration for the Honorable Minister. I want to recognize our permanent secretary, Minister of Education, Madame Ate Lamaro, who is represented by Mr. Doom Ronald. Please stand up for the minister once again. Please love for him. We love him and we really appreciate what you are doing us. Oh, I am coming to laugh. I know you can never say that. See, you expect to wait, you realize, so then I can please stand up for religion with our mother, our family, our mother nation. Please be thank you. May God bless you. We'll work together for quite a while. Thank you. Please stop for them. So the mission of the important center. I remember my sister already told me that my children, when they are at home, they are going to play. My friends love some restriction matters, more of suspicion, which is also special. Mary, she's called Mary Frances Atima. Give me the fortunes. Thank you for the leadership you're providing. May God bless you. She is the director of the Directorate of Education standard. So you know when you talk about standards, she carries all those problems you don't, the politicians you, under the tree, the children have no food. She's the one answering those questions that complicated. So you can imagine that she's a woman. That's like those who experience our thing. In the end, and you are telling me, it's not the state of problem in education. And standard, you're making about even problems. She's the one who going to the cross of Jesus. Can you explain? So we thank you that you care in person. We take it very highly. Lastly, and not least, is our friend, the principal course, the principal this one to the university. That is Professor Moses Important Wavy, who was supposed to be with us, but the humanities institute. And he's either represented by the doctor. We have doctor of philosophy, I know you don't know me, because the influence in Tia Zuna. You will study so this is the Joshua man. Yes, it's that we start. And we happen to be actually the head of the faculty of management and policy and policy. Those are big for him. A big, very wonderful. Thank you so much. And is the one actually that's providing our statement down there. I want to feel it here. Of masters, I want to make it. Thank you. You and behind this gentleman is Madame, we call her Madame Ladies. Ladies, we are the name. So the first century name. Not the other name, Yaga. Yeah. No, il autre che fa la coppia, grande, non è che si venga a questa rapporto di me. Quindi, anche when just all the things you are in the right place. The material must be presented to the leadership statement. Not the business school, the leadership statement. And I must do it. And I don't agree with you today. Soon, let's see. I want to be here talking to you. Now, let's do it in some professor. Oh my God, you know when you professor, even the way you introduce is different. We have a person from Chapel University who produced the finest that generation that has built the country. You remember those people? The teacher education center. Remember the TV4? Those things the constitutional management center for the country. Produce the engineers, produce the teachers to assess the education those years. But today it's now holistically transformed. I want to introduce to you Professor Joyce Aiko, she has a PhD. She's the Dean Faculty of Education. And she's here in her capacity 2 days non-stop. Please clap for her. Colleagues, as we wait for the minister, as I introduced these important people around us, that each one of you is also important. Clap for yourselves because you are also important. In a special way, I want to thank our head teachers. Please, very important, the head teacher for Chapogo College School, who's modeled actually what Dr. Tony Pine is talking about. Please, for working as head teacher. As head teacher, you may stand up for recognition. This man is already in great schools. I don't know why, but the miracle is he has better character. Because of his character, then the Minister of Education has no choice other than giving to him those schools to turn them into excellent. So to not to be like Michelle, you went to Ireland and you were able to meet Dr. Colin Klein. Lots of people who have been going around the world for this kind of training and our education. Lastly, I want to recognize Mama Nambuya. She's representing all political parties in the country to understand the future of the Mama Nambuya is one of the only woman in this country that manages and founded the political party. That was the immediately so on that table, she's the only woman who directs. Unfortunately, she's the only one who understands the future of education 2050. That's why she's here. But we're going to report to them the descendants of this world. Then I want to recognize, of course, Dr. Matadi is in a special way to meet people. Maybe in the future, we tell them the story of the good example of that. He has come to invest actually a lot of millions of dollars into the energy sector, telecommunication, and youth startups. He's ready, he's registering the company, and the government will be able to issue the certificates for the distribution. This is from which you just believe people. If the VOA and the people, you need to see this. Don't bring that change. So as we wait for the mission, I want to recognize and deeply thank Dr. Tony Van, because it has been a long story, and this investment has been very, very wonderful. Coming from Philippines, Kenya, Uganda, he's going to Malaysia, South Korea, Brazil, USA. You can imagine what we mean. So his body represents those jet lags, so what they are called what? Jet lags. So we are very sorry for those shocks, but making a decision to come and launch the Transforming Education 2050 agenda in the heart of Africa is the best investment you are giving Africa, so that by 2050 we are now an economic and social superpower of the world. That is what I need. Yeah, we told young people. Young people these are not statements that you are going to do. 2050, we must be the superpower of the world. And it is possible. So please join me in giving a round of applause to Dr. Tony Vine. He will be leading tomorrow. Very likely to try to the economy and the objective of anything you have said here for granted. We are going to integrate it in our policy framework, in our curriculums, in our systems. Because you have told us it's people who must holistically be transformed to get in transformed systems. That's all, no magic. If your heart as an individual, that's not love. Then you cannot be love. The women have made that feel better than that. And so when a woman loves you, don't take it for granted. Or when a man loves you, a lady, don't take it for granted. So want to holistically love you. If you're a student, love the education. Love to use the content of the education to produce products. Not learning through for job. Say amen. You are studying biology, chemistry, physics, engineering. Why don't you just learn to make, I want to be a pharmacist, you grandpa, from China, from India. Why can't you produce one? After all, the matrix, the minerals, the raw material that produce all these are from Africa, in our trees, from our body, and the trees are around us. That's the new faces. We can no longer be perfect from the underwear, the shoes, the graphics, why we have the we must now have a new breed of learners, a new breed of education managers who can grasp the future through turning what learning content into products and services. Amen. Get it. Run. Stand up and say, yes, we take in the name of God. You take in the name of God. Stand up and let's live. Stand up, stand up. Stand up and sit down. Then not even you stand up and say, yes, it's great. It's okay. Second of me to do it. My people are getting tired of you. But you never go down, you can say, I'm ready. To take my food. I have put on another way of making Africa. I put on a kind of president, and it's not a much in Africa. It's not about the and sit down. That's a revolutionary person feeling into today. It's no longer no one country. That's the total thing of the nine age. People can't even cost it involved. People started the Chinese. When we have a country of engineering. Say then that must end today. I mean, it starts today, right? Don't you? Today. So I found that spirit to come back. It is a very, it's not a good move. So colleagues, we are doing fast. And so I will request kindly the people that I mentioned here, we have competent minutes and we issue out certificates. You know, we do everything on time. If the minister is maybe down somewhere in jam, you know that the person will issue certificates. You need to sign them. Okay? And all the certificates are ready. Those who came today, and those who came yesterday, and those who attended both today. Are we together? So to really motive, no, you're the neighbor, to really motive. To really motive. So please, I thank everyone. I will request, as we now leave, I will request Madame Council Lamaro come in 2 minutes to actually now give us a statement in 2 minutes. 2 minutes? 2 minutes. So to the end. Please, Mr. Dungu, moment, in 2 minutes, come and give us the closing statement. Each one of those 2 minutes, strategic figures, is. But I mean, really important to one. What do you want people what I need? Ladies and gentlemen, usually in public service, it's not good for people or a small drum to speak before drum. I just want to make sure that if you assure me that my director will speak, then I can say something. Okay. Yes, I know that I was here since yesterday to represent the permanent secretary, but I'm also delighted that my director for education standards is here. As a Ministry of Education, we are on a transformation journey. This education must change. The education must change, and there are policies that have changed, visible signs that the education must change. The new lower secondary curriculum has changed. And I just want to tell you that the way government works, we start the way we start. And somebody might say, why did you start that way? But the point is, we must show the direction. This is what we want. And then we start to do whatever it takes to get to that direction. So the new lower secondary curriculum is out there. Even if we still need to do more training for the teachers, we shall do it. Even if we need to get more books in school, we shall do it. The question is, are you willing to walk this journey with us in the Ministry of Education? That is key. The second one is we have the Education Management Information System, EMIS. All learners must get registered from pre-primary to where you are, the university students. When you get registered in pre-primary,
Actually, when you are born in hospital, you must get a national identification number. And 6 years later, you come into, 3 years later, you come into pre-primary. You use that to be registered. 6 years later, you're in P1, you use that to transit from pre-primary to primary. Your name, if your name is still there 7 years later, I'm looking at a child who is born today, that will be used. So when you get to pre-primary with your national identification number, you get a learner identification number. All the university students, through your system, you will be mapped onto this education management information system, and you get a learner identification number. So that means we can count who is in school, when do they drop out, how much money do we need, at what level. Now, some people are saying this will not work because, again, that data will be used to fund schools, and that is where the challenge is with the Ugandan of today, the money issue. People want to report differently. I want to tell you that our permanent secretary and the Minister of Education are set in that plan. And all of us, the juniors, are being mobilized to follow that line. That is a change, and there are fears and antidotes. For me, I've dropped the fears because I work closely on this system, and we are going to move. The director will tell you about inspection. I'm not going to speak for inspection. We are going into e-inspection. We are going into attendance. Okay? Teacher attendance. The teachers who are here, the teller system is with you. People think it will not work. It is working. It will work. It will remain. So, whoever is thinking that the Minister of Education is joking, you're a joker yourself. Because for us, we are said. Thank you for inviting the permanent secretary, and through you, Madam Director, I'd like you to thank the PS for allowing me to come and represent her, because I have learned. I was telling them yesterday that I came in saying, let me go for the start of the program, and then I will go for elsewhere. I've been stuck here. Dr. Tony, you have made so much impact on me that I want to do so many programs for the teachers of this country and teachers of this country. And I don't know, but I'm going to give a good report to the permanent secretary about what has been here and what is possible in the education system. Thank you, and please invite me again.
Thank you. Again, clap for him as this here. They are not going to give us this word. Can you volunteer? If you don't volunteer in America, but here volunteering, you have to volunteer. Please, somebody came. Don't forget that one. Somebody came. And what was it? Even the successful. But this means each age was a piece of instructions. Whatever goes to run, those days, when sugar, you take small, school back. God will teach you. Again, you get everything. Again, it's already hands. So, this class was master intellectualist here. You are in the right place at the right time to teach you. And we are the parents. We do what? Please, this is just only 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I would like our brother,
our assistant and leader, Madame Regis, come in 2 minutes, and she also takes a seat. 2 minutes. Then we see all the speakers. Please clap for her. Such a wonderful director of Macquarie University Session State. The Center of Excellence for Producing Thorough Training Solution. The center is led by LSD, the female leaders for the future.
Thank you very much, Benito. I wish I could be energetic like you. May you please clap for yourselves for being energetic. Which I enjoyed. Thank you for what you're trying to do. But we will be appreciated our invited guests. Thank you for being with us. And guys, for getting in. I want to encourage you to do what you have put here. Thank you again. Thank you for allowing us to start your
Thank you. Please clap for this professor who's come to join us. That is Professor Joyce from China. We have interested here, but also representing our Vice Chancellor, Chairman. Yes, yes, 2 minutes to say. Yeah, great to ask the young people.
Thank you very much. I observe the protocol in the house. I'm very excited to have been part of this training workshop. Not only training, but it is an imperative. We just celebrated the World Teachers' Day, and you know what the slogan was: the teachers we need for the education we want. And what we have been going through here is exactly trying to map what teacher we need for this education we want, which is the transformative education. Therefore, we need transformative teachers. And for me, as a teacher educator, that it puts me on the spotlight, because we are in the classroom every day. And like John Dewey says, the classroom is the locus of change. If you want to make any change, begin with these young people. And it's good yesterday, actually, I heard you say, Madame Regis should mobilize more of the students to come, because they are the change makers. And we have this great opportunity in our homes. If we do not make use of this opportunity and give them, the opportunity to break through the beliefs that keep us in bondage, then I think we have ourselves to blame. The older people, the young people said yesterday, they need more from us. And I think we are in a better position to do that. So for me, I learned a lot yesterday, but it has also given me the imperative for making a contribution to this change. And like I said, I am part of the change. Thank you very much.
Please clap for one. You know what things that DJ Professor? Let them say you for research. You will see, you will do very hard. Professor, we thank you for the suffering of a professor and working with you being the law. You know, when she signs that document that this is a model, the government will listen. Not the ambassadors, oh, see one woman, she's giving money, I will be president of Google, no one knows you. But if you say that you're a professor, Professor, we beg to work with you. You have promised to work with us. Please, thank you so much. Please join me to now request Dr. Joshua to come and also join us as we hand over the certificates. Dr. Joshua, 2 minutes so that you share possibly what the future of MOOCs holds after this training.
Isn't it colleagues? Hey, we want that statement. Professor,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The representative minister, representatives from the different education departments, director, leadership center, total facilitator, and digital evening. Global Peace Foundation, staff, our partners in education delivery, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You guys will need me to speak at the principal because I came now and thank you. Here's your report representing active principal, which is Moses Mwezi. Please proceed with regard for the important royal duties. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this to Moves Fast. I think you've seen it's a very good place, and we are grateful for your active participation in this function that is intended to visualize the purpose of the future of education towards 2050. It's very important that we look forward to more fruitful education system. It is evident from this workshop that Global Peace Foundation has approached development challenges from the education aspect. And we emphasize education for a purpose, improving the practices, its leadership, and focused participants. That the students and the lecturers, the teachers must be focused to the future. And as players in this education system, we note that globalization is changing all aspects of life. You know, very fast. Every other day, new things and innovations come along. At the same time, we see that unemployment is growing steadily. So it is pertinent that students are adequately prepared for the contemporary world so that we can work well. We are in a situation where technology, IGBT, what is it called? But IT system, free movement of people, information every other day and minute is moving. The goods are moving, and these make comparisons as parts for choice making. So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to thank our partners, Global Peace Foundation, and all of you who have come today and participated in this training to visualize education for the future so that real transformation can be effected. We remember that in the past, we talked about millennium development goals that we need sacrifice in most of the South. Now we're talking about sustainable development goals. Still, the South is lagging. I think as Global Peace has noted it, we need now to stand firm on education transformation so that we can see some of these realities come to happen. And we also see that solutions to the better education system emerge from families, education institutions, and the individuals who must live responsible lives and prepare for the next generation. Education has to be exploited and has also to exploit technology, ICT. Many times, some people look at ICT as a straight thing, keep it straight. No, we have to embrace it so that we focus on innovation and problem solving as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to graduates in transformed education system who will be able to change and who will also become change agents for the future with positive skills, positive beliefs, positive knowledge and attitudes, so that we can impact and influence the future. So we've noted in this training that education and educators must be holistic development and leads the transformation to inspire, to illuminate the words of Dr. Divine, so that we have education with purpose. With global peace model, I believe we shall get that knowledge economics employable. We need to take advantage of global opportunities so that we can achieve national and individual goals. Thank you all. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Ngamba. Joshua, we really thank you for hosting us. Please, round of applause. Please. When you are in the entertainment center, you clap very well, even when after taking the other thing. You know it. So we are going to invite now our own, the director of the directorate. They are going to make the electorate for her. You are not going to. So you students, you must know what you do. You must work. So we are inviting, please join me in a hand of big one to invite Director Mary Francisca Ima. We thank you and we would like to hear from you. 2 minutes. We know that you are busy.
Thank you so much. My permanent secretary, the public service, once someone has been delegated to be the PS, however small and very in rank right now, she is the permanent secretary. And you all, in the afternoon already, I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the organizers for inviting me. My apologies, I thought I would be here at blocked. I told myself this morning I'm going to be there from 8. As I reached the office, as you're all aware, that we had a fire in Masaka and those 3 children. So as I was about to come, I was requested to get information for the statement for the minister. And even now, I am on standby going to Masaka. So what am I saying? In a nutshell, that peace needed to be in the minister. Because all these things we are witnessing in our community, in schools, is because of lack of peace. Now, when such an incident happens, I am also not peace. So other people's actions also creates, if I can use the word, it's not in English, in quotes, peace in ourselves. So I would like to thank you so much, the ambassador, with all the passion. Yesterday, I was presenting and somebody was asking, how do you pass passion of inspection? And I said, you can't pass passion because it's from within. But what we can do is to ensure that we do things rightly. And I would like to, in a very, very special way, recognize Dr. Matadi. He's the living example of this. Do we need any other person among us? He's here with us. And all of us who know the history, who have read the history. And now that he's here, being an ambassador, global ambassador of peace, and even wanting to invest in Uganda, we don't take it for granted. So we don't need to look for so many examples out there. We have our own here. I would like to thank Doctor. Thank you so much that all the way from the States you come here to preach peace. This is what we need. And I would like to request my permanent secretary that we need to ensure that
schools have the peace clubs and those that don't have, or those who have already, can we nurture them? Because there is no place we can preach peace from other schools. I know family is important. But how long do our children live in our homes these days? In the 12 months, the 9 months, I think they're in school. So they have a very short time. So where do children interact peace? And you can see in our own environments, in our own society, everybody is breeding hatred. Now, for us who are here, we are the starting point. So I think that a few minutes, but for me, I learned a lot. And when we talk about transforming education, I think the right thing to do is to start with kids. Even when we talk about teachers not being at school, for not teaching, cheating exams and everything, it starts with kids. So it is really my humble request that we'll have a further conversation on this with the directorate and see how we can bring all my inspectors on board so that whenever we go, they're also preaching. I am an advocate of this, resolving things in a more peaceful way. So that's why they say, but the inspectors of these days are not staff. They expect to hear us, that teachers have run away. They say the teacher has taken off through the window. Then they know that we are working. You know what I'm saying? If we have to work together, we must instill intrinsic motivation. And people must appreciate that I have something to do. And I have a duty to my nation, to myself, and to everyone around. My time is up. I'd like to thank you all. And thank you so much for all of you who have made it here. And more specifically, thank you so much for hosting. And we hope that have nice Professor is here, that this really is extended to all universities. Then we will see fewer strikes and have more peace. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
End of university, you are right. End of word. The rector, we kneel before you. While kneeling, we want to appreciate you. Please, we know you are leaving because of another engagement, but I'm that will thank you. Just in 5 minutes, we're going to hand over these certificates. We thank you. We are handing over the certificates. Colleagues, the minister is in the jam and so sorry. Come on, we're going to give that to the here now. You have to do it now. So here. Yes, please. So we can take it in photo and you don't really have it. Let's do it here. Something drinks, give some drink. Where are you at? We want to take a photo of you. Fine for that. They come and give what? Do you want to pray for your grandparents who left long ago? Go to place without some good heart, not to come back. You have to pray to God to bless you. Let me look at what you never know by looking at time it become a future director. They call it blessing by osmosis. So I think another point we think you can stand here. Yes. The coordinates. It's here. Oh, okay. You consider it as silence. They are being paid the Spend fast and we finish the work, isn't it? Please let's sit down, our leaders. First and foremost, I would like to recognize our person. We want to hand over these certificates very fast, and it's good to Dr. Tony try and sign them all the way from America. Come and sign for you, train you. Thank you, sir. We don't take this for granted. Yes, I did it all. Quickly, this first and foremost, our host, Academic University Business School. We want this handle the frontier outside. So handle by these subjects. All of you. So when you talk about and you know what you give. Yes. Please, this is photo moment. You have to work hard. Another one is Regis Namudu. Oh, you're welcome. Please, it's very important. Very important. We can't give how facilitated a woman lost 10 years. Yes. Please, photo moment. You're taking, and we are live from air. See, it's going to put movies on air this season. The organizing committee, then first, when I read you, very verified. Cartons Duncan, we thank the organizing team that did the work. It was news and global restoration team. Carton Duncan, for having successfully participated in Rega Junior. If you are out, Kisamba Dadas, from Monty, for Kate Richard, please open Richard. Go and get your certificate, please. Where are you? Yes, please. A picture, where are you? Hey, a professor, yes. A picture? Forget what you need to find and say the picture. You are called the picture and it is a picture. Now that you were talking, okay, now please photo moments and come on to the teachers. They are not so organized. The deputy teacher. These are all those points. They are the ones who organize this. The lecture of public class and under the leadership of Namu. How do you know that? Wednesday. Namu is power. The deputy, yes, the deputy, yes. Now, Tobia, Deborah, where are you, dear? By your penis, please hurry up. Yeah. From one to school. You're not there, make a dinner. Control Duncan. This one's we're still outside. Then people go on to participation. Dr. Joshua Mugambe. Mugambe. Yes, you are the one. You should be here. Professor Joyce, she's outside. Yes, yes, all that we need pictures. We need those pictures on the international website. Dr. Akima, you can stick on yes. Ronald
So let's see. Thank you. You got it. You can. You're not broken down. But you are here. That's how we look for it. Then the Providence head of communications, ICT. Yes. Wow. Thank you. You are telling Jameson? Yes, the professor, well, professor, top professor. That's all the ranking organization. Yes, moving to what point. You have the F and E, what are you going to placide ça, ça, please, even, do the demonstration. You some notice, you don't notice anything. You don't know. I see it up. Okay. When you know, show me, you got Moses? No, edging. Senkumba, Peter. Khalid na Kamale. And Nelu Eka Fafu. You get it. You have to Catherine. You think, to see the Christians? Yes. Yes. Wow. Stimulate movement. Okunu, Odege, oh, you are around. Odege is in his own body. Odege, you're welcome. Please. Standard woman. The next teacher of Chamber College School. Talking about. Because you can't have a you don't talk about it. Don't take it. Namugerwa Titulaya. Titulaya, are you there? No. Rukana John Piani. Piani, you're there? How many you there? Don't make a word of my name. I will go in. Deborah, Christopher, you are there for me. I was. Are you? You're there. Who is wrong? Please. Payday. That's payday. The peace, the patron of Kalinabiri Peace Club. Wow, you're welcome, sir. Peace Club. And there's one of who launched it there. Sumi Henry Mubiru, the son of the Kabaka of Uganda. Are you there? You're very good. Very good. You're welcome, sir. Missy the Samuel. Oh, 100. Mackay Floyd, the first school in East Africa. The Kadaim Al-Dahir, Mackay Floyd, first school in East Africa. Just poverty. Son Segawa, social media experts. Yes, please, you're welcome, sir. Or when you think actually Rashid, when it is transforming. Yes, the Minister of Education in Waka Waka, Yamushika. You're not trying to get including the seat. But just from Gandhi is now. You see, hakuna mchezaji hakuna mchezo. Bila job program idea is with us. Go, okay, please, you will correct. It should be only for yes, you hold those. So, then Basuta Maureen, you are there, Maureen, no. Kitui Sharon, she's around, I know, yes. All the way from Arizona Mountain. She has been traveling in the back today to have to direct somewhere and say that you must finish the conference. Thank you, Mama. Bakoko Joan. Bakoko. Where are you, Bakoko? Are you there? Please go for her. Yeah.
Biologi sociali the biologi. Cambia stella, yeah. Right one, yeah. In one of the your name that I say, Zara. The leader, yes, please. Mama, you're welcome. She represents your place about the Uganda. Can you imagine? Hagai, Kogamu, Chogamu, Hagai. Ujoli banange, Tariyo. Okopa, Dan, Okopa, Jolly, you know, Okopa. If you go out and speak, then love that on this day. I know the Ahunda, for you. Chica. The chica also in the house. You are going to go back. Namutumba Solia. But now, tell someone, tell you. Joel, where are you? Lukwago Henry? Lukwago, are you there? I'm where? Rafik, he gave to me. There he's there. Come. Come, Kisha Samuel. Come, Kisha Samuel. Hey, they are participating. You can survive for the beauty. If I make mistakes, don't get covered here. You can do it. You want to teach him at the end of the day, they are not down in the bed. So let's take the computer, find the first century computers. Learning for the duty. Because even the Bible, the school, that's why you buy the schools. Haven't you sat somewhere where I don't know you are here? The son of the that's okay. That's me. He's such a unfolding. He's such a leader. Put for what? He's such a monarch. And photograph or general. Over the knee. He's such a young boy. So wait for Nuvega, Ruvega. Oterinya. Nuvega, Ruvega. This guy, what are you doing? The Tata is doing. Nasasira, really. Nasasira, where are you? From Sabe Perecito. I don't tell people. Yeah, it's a good friend, my brother. You don't need a visa to go to America. You just see the name and say, only go one. Nache, you know Sheena. Sheena, where are you? Are you around? She said, no. Atukunda Mary, Tracy, you are there? She's coming. Hey, Atukunda. Atukunda. Mumbaire, Hana, Terisha. How many rights have we got? United Nations. Nampeja Gloria. Nampeja Gloria. Nampeja. Ahurra. Gorope. Shide. You are there? That is it. Ahurra. You are here. Okay. Kare Kona Amina. Kare Kona Amina. You are there? Yeah. Ari Mweki Lazarus, please. Serum Kuma John. Ian. Then, Imela Latifa, Chu, Arina Shanita, you're not there. David Andabati, is there. Arina, oh, you are there. Okay, very good. Yes, yes, yes. He's a lecturer, actually, one of the leaders. Okay? He's our lecturer, he's one of the lecturers in the universities. Alina, Shanita. It's fun and show moment. We want to show you what to do in the future. But they are all done. This is me. We have also been trained. We thank you so much. Thank God. Put them in your one down. Don't come, not you're going to. Hey, Doctor, please here. When I need you, the Holy Spirit to listen. That's a bigger for facilitating. You're going to be awarded by your fellow officers. Yes. Yeah. You are also awarded you. The certificate will be made in Uganda. We thank you, please, for appearing. Send me name and you. You are the follow. So we thank you. Mama would like to close this event, and she will be able to request the pastor and the deacons will now close the event. And we get women's in the pretty full. Once up. Those who testify and something. Okay, so it just says, no one, no more be great in your own capacity and the work you are doing, do what you love today in your businesses, in your academics, in your future careers, in your own family. Man. Say something and invite Mr. Ezra, and the okay, it's very hard.
Thank you very much, Mitchell. As you look at me, I'm called Stella Nambia. Professionally, I'm a doctor of alternative medicine. And I'm here to represent all political parties in Uganda. Political parties in government and political parties in opposition. So the boy standing before you is Stella Nambia. And my being the last speaker was just a tactical mission built to give confidence to our teacher, Divine. The message I'm giving him and the confidence I'm giving him is that my witnesses are here. The one representing the permanent secretary and many others of the ministry. I'm proposing to include global peace on the steering committee of the Ministry of Education. The issue of saying we are opening the clubs of schools only is not enough. Never open political schools and schools can be dangerous to education. Uganda being unique. It's the only country in the world. A national contract forum constitutionally established under Article 71, operationalized under Section 20 of the Constitution. But I'm here, but I'm talking direct and dictate. And also, the failure by those who attended and they are in the ministry to include global peace on the steering committee with the troops who have acquired legal certificates. It will be a dangerous move as we go towards 2026. Take it clearly. The message I'm putting forward will reach the president. We may party in opposition, but we build alliances and form dialogues for the future to grow.
And what I'm saying, what am I saying? Education is the most important tool of a human person. And if we want to kill the nation, you kill the education. What will now put Uganda on the right side of history is including global peace on the steering committee of the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much for giving me that attention, and also give you confidence that you have not attended for nothing, as I can see already in the lowers are. Whoever needs this, whoever needs this training, and you must immediately join global peace as an ambassador. In the global peace, it's already there. Can I invite Ezra? Can I invite Ezra to come? Milton could have not opened up to inform you that I'm the mentor of Milton. I'm the one who mentored Milton. When he was a small boy, I mentored him and mentored. And I'm proud. I'm very much. And thank you so much.
Let's put on one program. We have a social installation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very close to the end of the session. We always say, for God and mine, in Uganda we value faith. One writer said these very important statements. He said, the greatest wants of the world is the wants of men who will not be bought or sold. Men who in their animal souls are true and honest. Men who do not fear to call sin by its right name. Men whose conscience is true to duty as the needle to the poor. Men who stand for the right, though the heaven fall. I believe we are now this type of men who are going to stand both in competence and in character. I want to request that each of us can be able to move with the two big pillars, values and skills. Values and skills. Yes, your skills will take you to the highest position in the world, but it's only your character that will keep you there. Thank you, everyone. I want to request that in a different divine way, we should use our anthems to pray. Let's all rise and sing our national anthem and also the East African anthem in form for prayer, because these anthems are actually a reflection of our prayers to God. Oh Uganda, may God uphold thee. We sing only one stanza, then the East African anthem will always sing the stanzas that are three. May God uphold you. You.
What stanza?
East African anthem. Viwadani.
So, chicken, and I think I'm funny, the even suicide. Yeah, week. So,
May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit now and forever. May the Lord be with us.
Music. Who are you for? Then never music.
He will give everybody a very good time. He will give from there.
Yes. Very much about like you. Where's Saha? Hey. Come here, friend. Where you going? It's okay. Yeah, man. But I'm wrong. Nataka kuandika fika point abasigadde kuli ku point babiikiriza tena kyagenda kukosa naye akatwala